They don't know what
We're just getting ready to start. Can I grab you later after the hearing? We're going to go until about 11:30.
11:30. Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, great.
Okay.
We'll catch you then.
Thank you. So wherever you want. So. Members and guests, we're going to call this Assembly Insurance Committee meeting to order. I do want to thank everybody for participating in this oversight hearing. Today we're looking into the effectiveness of the state's unemployment insurance program. It is important first to review, I think, the purpose of the program. According to the Unemployment Insurance Code Section 100, the purpose is to provide benefits to persons unemployed through no fault of their own and to reduce involuntary unemployment and the suffering caused thereby to a minimum. And according to its own website, because I looked up their website, the vision of the Employment Development Department, which administers the unemployment insurance program, is to be universally recognized for its outstanding customer service and be considered a model of public agency quality and fairness. But unfortunately, I think we're going to hear today that they are not living up to this vision statement. It's also important to note that the UI program is a federal-state partnership. Today we'll look into how the administration is implementing the program and compare it to standards established by the federal government. Specifically, we'll be hearing from witnesses who will describe their experiences and their clients' experiences dealing with the UI program. Everything from applying for benefits to obtaining responses to questions and answers to seeking job training benefits. Unfortunately, I think we're going to hear about a program that is not meeting the expectations of the people that it's supposed to serve. And we have all heard as well many and recent horror stories about a call center that cannot be called. We will also hear about the IT problems that face the department. In many ways, I believe EDD's inability over the past decade to solve its IT problems has led to much of the performance difficulties. This decade of IT mishaps has prevented EDD from being in a better position to effectively deal with the current recession. I am committed, though, to work with EDD to ensure that it becomes capable of providing the services that it should to Californians as we still struggle out of this recession as well as into the future. But my confidence in EDD's ability to resolve its problem on its own, based on historical difficulties, is not high. Later in the hearing, we will also ask the EDD itself to evaluate its current effectiveness at meeting the purpose of the UI law and the department's stated vision statement regarding customer service. I also want to hear what the administration is doing to plan for the demands of tomorrow. Next, I do want to allow some of my colleagues to make any opening remarks they may have. A little bit later, I'm going to be able to welcome back Mr. Blakesley as the vice chair of the committee. The Speaker has appointed him again as Vice Chair, so we'll allow him to make opening remarks when he joins us. But I'm also very pleased to have the Chair of the Budget Subcommittee, number 4 on State Administration, Assemblymember Rambula. I welcome him and would first allow him to make any opening remarks, and then we will allow other members to make any opening remarks they may have. Mr. Rambula.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for allowing me and inviting me to sit in on this hearing. As serving on the Budget Sub 4, I too am concerned about problems that are besetting the state's unemployment insurance program. I've read reports, I've received complaints from constituents. In fact, I think the overwhelming number of constituents that contact my local office do so regarding problems involving unemployment insurance and many of the issues that were discussed in the background paper, late benefit checks, delayed approval of training benefits, and other issues. Last spring, the subcommittee, Budget Subcommittee number 4, held extensive hearings on EDD's unemployment insurance modernization projects. There was no mention during any of those hearings of cost overruns. Yet, just a few short months later, we were notified that projects are costing tens of millions of dollars more than originally estimated, requiring EDD to dip into very scarce UI funding for administration. So it causes one to wonder how well EDD is doing in terms of calculating costs as well as delivering completed projects. I'm clearly concerned with the fact that federal funding formulas have led to EDD reverting thousands of personnel years that the legislature authorized last year for the unemployment insurance program. We have a situation where people are trying to get through, they're not getting a good response, and we authorized a number of personnel years, and those were reverted back. I'm hopeful that this hearing will determine why these scarce federal resources are now being proposed to be siphoned off to pay for new initiatives while basic problems remain with the UI program and technology projects. Problems with these projects continue to mount up. I'm also very concerned, Mr. Chairman, with EDD's decision to direct employees to work overtime and to bank furlough and vacation days rather than hire additional staff that could answer phones, meet with UI claimants at the one-stop employment centers that EDD has, and approve training benefits. My understanding is that while UI unemployment insurance staff time is a federally reimbursable cost, the banked furloughs and vacation time is not reimbursable and will result in a future state liability. So we are not using federal funds well, and that's causing us to have to use state general funds to make up the difference. And people are not being served well, so it's not a good situation. The committee background paper is replete with even more issues that are plaguing the UI program, really too numerous to mention now. However, I hope that this hearing marks the continuation of meaningful oversight on EDD. The department needs to solve problems in the unemployment insurance program so that our unemployed residents of California can get the services and the benefits they deserve at the time when they need them the most. Today's hearing marks beginning on helping the department make sure that happens, and I thank you for your leadership and look forward to full participation at today's hearing.
Thank you. Assemblyman Calderon, then Assemblyman Nava.
First, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having what I hope will become a regular practice of this committee in holding oversight committees, which we don't do enough up here in Sacramento. Having said that, I guess maybe I've just been living with my head in the ground, but I'm shocked. I'm shocked at how bad this situation has deteriorated into. I mean, if there's anything that government should be doing in these economic times, it is to be getting this unemployment money to families who need it. If we can't do that, then what else are we going to do? We can't govern. And I think, the legislature can only provide resources as slim as they are, but it's the administration that has to provide the leadership. And cutting and implementing furloughs on a across-the-board basis without any thought about how it's going to impact is just not the way to run a family, let alone a state. A family, when you have to cut back, you just don't say, okay, well, we're gonna just cut. We'll let our second child go to college, but our firstborn is going to have to work. You have to make decisions, and so. But this is also indicative of the administration's approach to the serious economic problem that we have. When he furloughs members of the FTB, which costs the state hundreds of millions of dollars. And let me just say this. I'm not trying to be confrontational, even though I know my words are, as much as I am shocked. I literally am shocked at what is happening with a service that is the most important thing that we can be doing in government. And if there's any measure of government as to whether it works or not, for the people who send us here, it is this. And apparently it's not working. And every poll shows people who are upset with this government because it's not working. So I'm really looking forward to getting into why it's not working, why it hasn't gotten better, why with so much federal funds we can't do something that's fundamental for people in this state. And anyway, with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your indulgence. I look forward to the hearing.
Well said. Thank you. Assemblymember Nava.
Yeah, I'm almost reluctant to follow after Assemblymember Calderon.
He's the dean of the assembly. That's
well,
hard act to follow.
I'll do my best. First of all, let me express my appreciation to the chair of the committee for his interest in this issue, and let's give some recognition to the staff of the committee, because as we all like to think as elected officials that we occupy a particularly high space and office, ultimately we have to recognize that it's the men and women who work as staff who do the majority of the heavy lifting and the research and the compilation of the documents and the records. There's a couple of areas that I'm interested in learning about, and I think some of the obvious ones have to do with why we furlough employees who are providing services to people in the state of California when those furloughs have no direct benefit to the general fund. It's certainly one thing to talk about how we have to be responsible with the use of taxpayer dollars, and I think every one of us here agree. So I'm looking forward to the justification to furlough employees of a department charged with the responsibility of providing unemployment insurance benefits when those furlough days don't add anything to the general fund, and in fact, as Mr. Arambula said, end up costing the general fund additional monies, which then are no longer available to provide services in other aspects of our areas of responsibility. And I also am particularly interested in hearing from representatives of employees in these departments. And I made reference to the staff of the committee and the work that they did to help prepare us so that we could have an intelligent discussion of this matter. But I've toured the one-stop centers. I have experienced the level of frustration that state employees feel when charged with the responsibility of giving help to people who need it, confronted with rules propounded by the administration that make absolutely no logical sense whatsoever in the administration of their duties. I have talked to them about the level of frustration that they feel when they are unable to work as efficiently as possible to process documents and paperwork. I've listened to the pain in their voices as they have to express how much more they want to do, but how they're prohibited from doing it, the obstacles that are placed in their way. And if you don't think that morale is an absolutely critical component of the provision of services to people in need, then you haven't worked out either in the private sector or in the public sector. And so I want to hear about all those aspects of the program, and I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity.
Thank you. Next, Assemblymember Nilo, and then I did introduce earlier our new vice chair. You know, we're old is new again. Welcome back, and if you have any opening remarks, we'll allow you as well.
I would prefer the order of speaking to the vice chair before
Okay, fair enough.
member.
Vice Chair, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in today's informational hearing, and I'm excited about the opportunity to look at how EDD is performing and assess what steps we can take to improve performance. A couple of things I'd like to, however, make sure we keep in context in a sort of a friendly way before we get too exercised and burst into flames here as we point our fingers, is that we have actually seen a tripling of the workload in this effort due to what's happening economically. We're now paying out about $67 billion per annum versus about $20 billion per year. If the DMV were to have all of a sudden, without very much notice, tripled their workload, there would be some challenges, and we need to understand those challenges and address them. But we need to put this in the context in which we're operating, where we've seen the unemployment rate in just a couple, 3 years go from 4.8% to 12.4%. There are only 2 states in the nation with a higher unemployment rate, and we have to be mindful before we, or as we point fingers at others. It's largely the policies of this legislature which have produced the highest unemployment rates in the nation. And if we're serious about helping people who are hurting because they don't have jobs, one of the first things we could and should do is put together a jobs package which puts people back to work and address those underlying factors which produce the crisis the state of California is facing. So let's, I think, proceed to find out what we can do to make EDD perform at a higher level, but also be mindful that we play a role in addressing the economic facts that we see and experience in the state of California as some of the drivers for what we're facing today.
You know, good points and observations, but in my opening statement, I also did highlight that some of these difficulties have been historical difficulties. You know, the IT problems, for example, have plagued this agency before this recession and unemployment rates. But clearly, though, the situation is grave, and the demand on the department is in large part to this heightened level of unemployment. So, thank you, Assemblymember Nilo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The nature of my comments were intended to be similar to what Mr. Blakesley said. When the state auditor studies a particular area for a critical review, before their report is published, they allow that particular area to provide a response to those areas that they have found deficient, which I think is only fair. And I have to say, I give kudos to the staff of this committee. They do excellent analyses, and in the short time that I've been on the committee, I've worked with the staff and the former chair on various challenges that come before this committee, and the analysis is always thorough. But everybody has a particular view to the situation, and it would have been nice had EDD had the opportunity to respond to some of the issues. I mean, they will today, certainly, and I look forward to hearing from them, but I would have appreciated knowing, as I read the staff critique, what the, if any, what the counter statements would be from EDD. Now, they have provided a response that our staff member received just yesterday, so I haven't read it. I would be much better prepared for this committee if I knew what they were going to say. So I'd just like to point that out. And I don't think this committee can act with outrage and surprise with regard to the nature of the problem now, because as the chair pointed out, there isn't much in this report that's new. And with regard to IT challenges, EDD in the state of California is not alone relative to IT challenges. So to the extent that this has been known, but was somewhat masked because the workload was not stressful. And now all of a sudden the workload stresses, and it's a surprise to us we have these problems. I don't know that the legislature is completely blameless in its oversight, as Mr. Calderon pointed out. Perhaps we should have been doing this before. There's another extremely important point that we have to keep in mind that we're not even talking about today, and it very much compromises the state as well as this particular effort, and that is that the fund is bankrupt. The fund is upside down, billions of dollars. I don't know, last I heard the estimate at the end of the year was going to be somewhere between 6 and 9 billion. Does anybody know? Well, does it matter whether it's 6 billion or 9 billion? That is a stunning number, and you would think based upon this analysis that we don't have any particular fiscal problem here. We do. It is very serious. It has been exacerbated by the fact that this legislature, before anybody else was here, by the way, I'm not pointing fingers here, but this legislature about 8 years ago substantially increased benefits to unemployed when we didn't have any unemployment, but with no countermanding revenue to pay for it. And that was bound to cause a significant problem if, and of course with the benefit of hindsight, when unemployment reached a crisis level, which it has. And I'm not going to say that that problem is bigger than this, because this one is obviously holding up the funding of benefits, and the only reason we aren't officially bankrupt is because the federal government has advanced enough money for us to stay liquid and pay benefits. And I'm not going to say that this is because of that it's more important than the delay of benefits to those who need them and have them coming. But from a going forward basis, compounded upon our budget problem, as well as the huge amount of unfunded and underfunded liabilities with regard to retirees from the state, that is a huge problem also that we almost seem to be ignoring today.
And I would say that I think last year there was some policy work done on the solvency, but this year I think we do need to roll up our sleeves and get to work on that. Clearly right now in terms of people receiving their unemployment checks in a timely fashion, that's extremely important. But this staff, and I know members are working on the solvency issue, will definitely be having hearings, both informational and bill hearings on this subject in this calendar year. Assemblymember Hagman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a lot of my points were already brought up in the previous couple speakers, and I do appreciate the opportunity to have hearings. I think we need more of those. Like Mr. Conrad said, I'm here for oversight, so I really appreciate the opportunity and time to do that. Just a little background, I have been in those one-stops. I was the chair of the county system for Workforce Investment Board for 7 or 8 years in the county I came from. So I know the inner workings of how the WIB and EDD needs to work closely together, and sometimes how it's not compatible. So I'm interested in hearing both sides and see how we could get those systems working. And I guess let's not lose sight to what we're trying to do here, and that is to give all the tools that is needed for EDD and CWA to get our folks back employed and get them the benefits that they deserve and rate. And we need to get the system flowing as smoothly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I think with that, we're going to go to our first speaker. I'm pleased to have with us today from the National Employment Law Project, Maurice Amsalem, and also presenting on this first panel is Cynthia Rice with the California Rural Legal Assistance, and they'll be talking about how the state administration measures against federal performance standards. For this presentation, and only this presentation, we do have a PowerPoint. Welcome.
Thank you. Just going to get this up. There we go. Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee, for this opportunity to testify on the critical issue of the administration of the state's unemployment insurance program. I'm going to jump right into this presentation. I've got about 10 minutes, so I don't want to waste your time, but I'm going to cover some of the facts and figures comparing California's experience with late payments of benefits and other issues, to what's going on around the rest of the country, and hopefully providing some more background to help you with your oversight efforts. For starters, this first slide shows you the claims levels over the last decade. And I'm going to talk a lot about the experience of the last decade and how we ended up in this situation. As you see from the chart, California has had historically sustained high levels of unemployment claims. So if you look back, 2003, after the last recession, we got up to 3 million claims a year. These are initial claims filed with the state. And then those claims went down to the lower 2 millions. And then it wasn't until 2008 that the claims really went up back to 3 million, to the level that we experienced in the last recession. And then in 2009, claims jumped significantly up to about 4 million. So it's really this last year where we reached these historic records of claims. And as I'll talk more about later, all the problems we've had with delays, ironically, were in the other direction. So we had delays building and building since the last recession, since 2002, 2003, where claims went down, but all the noncompliance, the failure to pay benefits on time, went up during that period of time. So that's what we're going to see a little bit more detail of. So basically, here's the context. There's a federal law that because the state's unemployment system is entirely federally funded, the administration of the program, last year the state received $535 million to administer the program, plus a $60 million boost with Recovery Act funds. That's all dedicated to administration of the program. In return for receiving that federal funding, the state must use such methods of administration as are reasonably calculated to ensure full payment of benefits when due. That is the law that requires the state to pay benefits on time. And in 1971, a Supreme Court decision defined that law in more detail. It was a case actually that involved California law where back then they stopped paying benefits when somebody appealed their claim. The Supreme Court said that's not right. That's illegal under the when due clause. And then they explained the purpose of the when due clause, which is to avoid resort to welfare. And I'm sure we'll hear more about the real life circumstances of people who are waiting around for their unemployment claims to get processed. So here's the experience with delays of unemployment claims. Based on the federal law, the state is required to process 80% of their claims, the initial claims that come, 87% of their initial claims that come in have to be processed in 21 days. That's the federal standard. And as you see from this graph, it's been almost the entire decade that the state has not complied with that federal standard. It was only in 2001, 2002 where we were right on the border, and then ever since then the rates have come way down. And again, to emphasize, this occurred at the same time that claims were coming down. So we were increasingly out of compliance at the same time the claims were coming down. These are the 10 worst states. California is number 4. Louisiana, Arizona, Massachusetts are behind California. The average rate is about 85% of initial claims right now. So there are a lot of other states that are out of compliance. We rank 4th to the bottom. So California, headed up this slide, California's consistently poor performance defies the odds. I'm making the same point I've made a couple times here. First of all, California has consistently ranked in the bottom 10 to 15 states for the past 10 years, despite several corrective action plans issued by the U.S. Department of Labor, specifically focusing on timeliness of the initial claims process. So the claims went down from 2003 to 2007, as indicated in that first slide, while noncompliance rate went up significantly. And the rate would be even lower, but for the fact that the federal clock that measures timely payment of benefits doesn't start to run until somebody successfully makes their way to an EDD, to the EDD claims process. If you call on the phone and you're on hold and you never make your way into the system, and apparently 3 million people are calling a month, that clock doesn't start running on those folks who are still waiting around for their claim to get processed. So, if anything, the figures underestimate the extent of the problem. So another serious ramification of this problem has been the fact, and this is probably most of the calls that y'all are getting, are folks who are not getting their extensions, the federal extensions, huge issue in many states, because this extension is pretty complicated. There are multi-tiers to this extension that kick in at various points in the claims process. For the last extension, when they increased benefits by 20 weeks, California, it took 5 weeks to get those benefits out. And we're talking about folks who reached the end of their 79 weeks of claims. So these were desperate people. And again, those are the people you've been hearing from. They were desperate to get that check. Imagine trying to get by without your $475 a week maximum claim when you've been unemployed for 79 weeks. That's the situation that you heard a lot of folks talking about. Finally, after 5 weeks, the claims came through for various reasons. A number of states paid those extensions on time, first day out of the box. California is the only state, we were the last of all the West Coast states to get benefits out in the time period that it took us. Big question, right now the extension is up to be reauthorized come February 28th. It expires. So are we going to hit this situation again? I think it's an important question for EDD to answer. What's going to happen with these folks? Are they going to start getting notices? Are their claims going to get processed on time? Or is there going to be another huge gap in claims, paying claims on time? So then moving on to the appeals process. Again, we've had even more severe problems with the appeals in California. This chart shows the rates from over the past decade. So for the entire decade, California has been out of compliance with the federal standard. Federal standards requires 80% of appeals to be decided in 45 days. And we haven't met that standard. As you can see, we've crashed. We've crashed since 2002 to the point where now, in 2009, only 7.4% of claims are decided within the appeal timeliness standards. And again, this is during a period when claims have gone down. Worst states, California. We rank bottom. The average is 63% on appeals timeliness. California ranks last. So the appeals process, again, just repeating myself really, the delays have grown exponentially since the 2001 recession. We've consistently ranked in the bottom 50 to 53 jurisdictions or so for the past several years. There have been corrective action plans. There have been on-site visits by the U.S. Department of Labor. There's a report that's being prepared on this. It's an awful situation. I guess I want to emphasize that the solution, and last point here, the solution should not be to cut corners and reduce appeals delays. Folks desperately need, especially now, they need more in-person help. So right now there's a real tendency to do more telephone hearings, that sort of thing, that really has a huge impact on non-English speakers and other people, lots of them who have a real problem navigating the system. So we got to be really careful not to reduce delays by reducing services. The furlough policy, I'm almost done here. I don't know how my 10 minutes are coming. The furlough policy not only violates federal unemployment law, which the state is on notice of, but I think more importantly, it really sets the system up for way more failure. The goal should be to hire up, because we are in this recession for the long haul. I'm going to talk some about what other states are doing. We are in this recession for the long haul, and California always has sustained high levels of unemployment compared to other states. So we need to address that problem and think forward about it. The furlough strategy is not a sustainable strategy. So we're cutting off our nose to spite our face if we keep cutting corners along those lines. Just to talk about the law for a second again, the federal standard that says you have to pay benefits on time says that you can't furlough. You can't furlough if it has any effect on the operations of the unemployment system, either paying benefits or time, collecting taxes, any of those operations that are paid for by the feds can't be compromised by a furlough situation. And as this little quote from DOL directive says that if the state performance declines despite the showing that the program needs have been considered, then the action may not be an acceptable method of administration. That means that even if you take EDD's word in their letter to DOL that the furloughs haven't had any impact on claims, which is inconceivable, if claims are still not processed on time, the assumption is that they violated federal law. So that's a big issue.
I was talking. You're saying that who's
so the Feds?
Who's asserting that the furloughs have had no impact?
Okay, so the Feds. I'm on, right? Okay, and if I'm speaking a little too loud, I'm sorry. Okay, the Feds wrote a letter to California saying the furlough. So we want to know, because furlough policies, we've indicated in directives that furlough policies can violate federal law, and they sent over the policy, which is quoted here. EDD was asked to justify whether the furloughs are having an impact on claims. And they wrote a detailed letter saying that they're doing the whole overtime thing and that it's not having an impact on claims, basically. So now it's up to DOL to respond to that letter. 10 states got those letters, and now DOL is evaluating what to do with those letters. So I have a lot of issues with the response, but I'm just pointing out here that even if you take their response at their word, that they think it's not having impact on claims, because we know their performance is going down, that alone is enough to violate the law. So I should really move on. Just to point out that the overtime, they've clocked over almost $700,000 of 700,000 hours of overtime in a short period of time between January and September. If you turn those overtime hours into people, 340 people could have been hired to help process claims, which is a whole lot way more productive and an effective way to get at this problem, sustainable, effective way to get at the problem. Okay, the infrastructure, the IT, there's so many issues here to cover, so I'm just kind of, whizzing through them, but I hope this is helpful. There are serious IT needs, and there's a serious need for independent oversight. Since 2000, California has invested more than $125 million in federal funding in IT reforms that still have not been realized. And the costs are already exceeding specifications by $53 million. So the delay in getting it done has led to additional expenses. The failure to implement the IT upgrades that have been discussed and others has had a huge impact on workers and on processing delays. So take the example of the legislation, the Recovery Act legislation that would have provided California $850 million if they implemented a policy called the alternative base period, helps low-wage workers qualify for benefits. EDD said they couldn't implement that, which hurt a lot of workers who were not qualifying for benefits, low-wage workers. And as a result, we can't tap that funding, $850 million that could help reduce the loans that we're taking out in federal funding. So that's a huge issue. Even the new internet claims taking process, which they talk a lot about, still require UI staff to actually rekey the entries from claims that are submitted online. That's highly unusual. Mostly in other states where it's done by internet, the staff is out of the picture once it's done by internet in most of the claims. So we're operating with a lot of big problems, and this is just a couple examples. The legacy systems in other states, to answer one of the issues that came up before, there are lots of systems that are operating around the states with old computer systems. But they have not had, we are by far the worst of any state, and they have not had the experience that California has had in trying to reform their systems. So that's why we recommend it. It's really time for an outside auditor of some kind to evaluate EDD's computer systems and the staffing needs up and down to figure out how to get at these reforms. Last slide. So just to give some examples of some of the things that other states have done, and I've tried to pick out some of the big states here because they're in a similar condition as California. Obviously, we're bigger than most of the states, but it's New York and Pennsylvania are pretty close. The first priority in those states that have figured out how to increase productivity and reduce delays has been consistently to hire workers. Hire workers and do it in a smart kind of way. You got to hire the right number of staff. You need to project ahead. That's what Pennsylvania has done. They projected ahead to 2013 their staffing needs because they know this recession is hanging around, and they figured out how many people they're going to need to maintain, sustain high levels of services. That's number one. You need to maximize the IT to free up staff and target personal services. So in New York, they've established a 70% target for these self-assisted web claims. That's what I was talking about before, where you file on the internet and everything is taken care of by computer, except for the 30% of the claims that require more attention. That's what's happening in other states. That's not happening here. And then they have a system for the phone claims so that when you need to call individually, which a lot of people do, that you're not on hold forever. Either you're responded to and they have targets, 90% targets, to answer those phones in a timely fashion, or you're allowed to either wait on hold if you want to or ask for an immediate call back. And then they have specific targets about the time frames to call people back. That's what Pennsylvania and New York are doing. Notify workers who are filing for the extension. If we don't want all these workers who are going to run out of benefits by the end of this month to be calling you guys again, California needs to do what other states are doing, New York and Pennsylvania and others, and telling people, file your claims, continue to file and verify, certify that you are able and available for work, and then when this extension happens by law, we will activate your claim. And then we're not filing out those notices, waiting for everything to happen after the fact. That's the sort of thing, it costs money, it's not easy, but that's the sort of thing, whatever the plan is, there needs to be a plan to address this issue, and hopefully that's one helpful way to do it. Streamline filing through the one-stops and rapid response. In other states, New York and Pennsylvania, they're doing all sorts of things to engage the one-stops and the rapid response staff to actually file claims, and then again, for the folks who need them, like for training benefits, and then activate those claims immediately at the EDDN. And then finally, there's a lot that's being done to reduce delays resulting from claims investigations. Claims investigations for issues that come up, why you left work, or did you certify correctly that you're able and available for work, those are the kinds of issues that delay the processing of claims. So you need to be really smart about how you get to those issues. And other states have devised special forms, special units that just investigate those issues to speed up those investigations. Thank you.
Very good. We already have a couple of folks that want to ask questions. First, Assemblymember Fear, then Assemblymember Calderon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few questions. First, Ms. Lundstrom, one of the issues that we've been made aware of that I don't think you addressed, and I'm just wondering how high a priority you think it is the following. We understand that workers who are going through the program, the CTB program, to get retrained so they can be employable, have been cut off of their benefits in a number of cases while they are going through this job training program, putting them in the unenviable position of having to choose either don't go through the program and therefore get some temporary benefits, or go through the program so you can actually be employed. You didn't mention this issue, and I'm wondering why.
Yeah, I didn't mention it because you're going to hear a lot about it, I think, from Tim Rainey and some of the other panelists. But I can say that the president put out an initiative to try to get the states to do a better job to provide unemployment benefits while workers are in training. There's a lot of work that California needs to do, both in changing its policies so workers who are in training are covered by the law, all sorts of training, but also to speed up the process, which I think is what you're getting
Because we're going to hear about it, I don't want to belabor that point now, but I think it's a very important point. Next, on the furlough issue, I think I don't understand something, and I'd like you to help us out. On the one hand, I think we all recognize that at a minimum, the furlough policy is creating a ticking time bomb for the future because of the banked furlough time issue. What I don't understand is, under the current implementation of the furlough program, as I understand it, workers are actually not taking the furlough days. They're working during those days, banking the time, and we are about to have in the next few months a moment when there are numerous employees taking dramatic amounts of time off. That's a huge problem. But in the immediate term, you said the furlough policy was creating workload problems. If they're working on the furlough days now, why is that an immediate problem now that we can help with?
Well, I think it's an immediate problem now because you need to put the systems in place to make this a sustainable strategy getting at the delays. I mean, that's what I was trying to
Okay, so it's this issue of the sustainability of the existing
right.
thing. Okay.
And also the issue of the federal funding that's coming in that reimburses the state. I think it was mentioned. The federal funding that reimburses the state is calculated based on caseload, but also on man hours, people hours devoted to the process. So you're compromised in your federal funding by this furlough policy.
And I want to make one last point, and that is, you talk about best practices in other states, and let's point out the distance we have to travel between current practice in California and best practices elsewhere. You're talking about making sure that someone can get through within a certain amount of time on a given phone call. We understand that the vast improvement we've made is it takes 17 phone calls to get in the first place. And I think everybody here, all the members, have this experience in our own districts. And the last thing is, you mentioned the one-stop approach. I understand, and please correct me if I misunderstand this, that in California, EDD's current policy is not to provide a staffer at the one-stops, to provide a human being who can have that initial point of entry into the system. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, right.
All right, because see, here's the thing. Of all the issues that we've dealt with up here, I can't think of another one which compels us as members to really step into the shoes of our constituents and see this system not through the lens of a member of the legislature, but through the lens of someone who's desperately trying to feed their family.
Right.
And I think on a bipartisan basis, if nothing else, we should recognize that the failure to effectively implement this system has huge consequences for the recovery of our economy, as dollars that we are entitled to, as our constituents are entitled to, are not cycling through the economy and keeping jobs and stores open. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
You know, and that's a very good point, Assemblymember Fear, because when we're talking about 4 million people, you know, those are 4 million people, but also, you know, the families of 4 million people. So the reach that, you know, this bad statistic is having is pretty immense, and people are watching us, and it's a sign of, you know, does government work or does it not?
That's right.
Assemblymember Calderon.
Mr. Fuhr asked my question, what's going to happen when people take their furlough days? But just to follow up, what is the department's policy on when people can take those furlough days and how they can take those furlough days?
You're going to have to ask the department. I can't really answer that.
All right.
Sorry.
Well, and we'll have them come up a little bit later, but very good question. Assemblymember Arambelo?
Let me see if I understand this right. Do you think EDD's decision to require employees to work overtime rather than hiring new staff is a good strategy? Does that make any sense?
No, I think it's not sustainable. That's what I'm trying to say. It's really not sustainable, not from the point of view of the staff, and not from the point of view of building a system which over the next several years is going to have to respond to this crisis of delays. Unless you want to see those graphs we were showing before where the rates are coming down after the recession all the way to today, after the last recession. Unless you want to see those either stay level or continue to come down, the goal should be to get those to go back up over some specific period of time, a few years, whatever it takes. And overtime is not the strategy to get there.
And the cost for administering the unemployment insurance program is fully funded by the federal government.
And I would say, and I think, you know, the states have complaints about federal funding of the program over the years. If you look at the funding for the last several years and even going back to the last recession, the feds have stepped up in a big way to provide extra funding. And this was part of the Recovery Act that the president signed. So there's a good chunk of money on the table right now to do the hiring. And I think that's really important to remember.
Speaking of federal funds, some years ago the state received multiple millions of dollars to improve the IT system. And I believe last year the state received an additional $60 million for technology improvements so that we could better administer the UI program. And yet we're slow and we're over budget. how do we compare with other states again?
I think the real tragedy is if some of those IT reforms had been implemented, we really, I mean, we'd be in rough shape right now, but nowhere near the kind of shape that we're in. So there was a huge opportunity as a result of that last READ Act funds that came out the last recession. I forget exactly the amount. It was over $60 million the last time around, to get it right before this recession. And we just missed a huge opportunity, and now we're dealing with the realities of those results.
And are there any obstacles for the administration to improve the administration of the UI program?
Obstacles? I mean, I think
by the legislature or by the federal government. Is it pretty much within the ability of the administration to make improvements?
This is one of those situations that requires huge leadership. I mean, and that's what it takes. You know, a lot of folks just ignore the unemployment program till there's a crisis in unemployment. The good states don't do that. The good states, the agency folks really care about the program, and I'm not, you know, obviously there's a lot of good people who care about the program here, but they're very diligent about getting it right before the next recession hits. Here we had our blinders on, and really, yeah, there's a long way to go, there's a lot to do, but a lot of it just comes down to leadership and really being committed to getting the job done. And that's why states like New York, Pennsylvania, et cetera, really came through this recession, because their leaders, their governors, their labor commissioners stepped up in a big way and made sure that they were not going to experience the kinds of problems that they experienced in previous recessions or the kinds of problems that we're having here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. I'd like to continue, but I do want to highlight there a very good assessment that in this case of the UI program, the resources are there, the laws are there, just the political will and leadership has not been there to foresee the issues that we're currently dealing with, and we're going to continue to deal with some time. So I know EDD's watching, and hopefully we can all step up jointly to improve the situation. Next we have Cynthia Rice with the California Rural Legal Assistance. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you for inviting me here today. I am a Director of Litigation for California Rural Legal Assistance, which is a statewide legal services program with 20 direct service offices located in rural California. Most of our unemployment insurance claimant clients are farm workers. Most of them are non-English speaking. In addition, CRLA is part of a coalition of low-wage worker advocates and public benefits worker advocates throughout the state who also represent unemployment insurance claimants in areas like Los Angeles, San Diego, San Francisco, Sacramento, those urban areas where unemployment levels have raised amazingly over the course of the last 2 years. CRLA has had as a basic service that they have provided to their clients unemployment insurance benefits assistance for more than 40 years. Our clients are seasonal farm workers who regularly, once or twice a year, file for unemployment insurance benefits. So we know the business, we've been in the business, and for over 40 years, we've watched EDD struggle with the evolution of the unemployment insurance system. In the last 4 years, the struggle seems to have been abandoned. They have fallen back and relied upon an antiquated, unsuccessful, and almost punitive telephone claims processing approach that has been demonstrated time after time to place the biggest burdens on the most vulnerable unemployment insurance claimants. The Spanish language telephone lines are even more impacted by dropped calls, by extended periods of time on hold, busy lines, diverted calls, and special call messages than the English language lines. Additionally, our clients, farm workers and other Spanish speakers, do not have the option of going to file a claim through the Internet. There are a number of offices that attempted to assist claimants to file through the Internet, but it just didn't work because the follow-up process could not be accomplished through the office, and the individual ended up being reliant upon the same telephone screening system that they were having difficulty with in the first place. You've been provided a copy of 10 claimant profiles, if you will, that talks about the experience that CRLA and our advocates have had over the course of the last 2 years representing individuals in unemployment insurance claims. As I said, we've been in this business for 40 years, and while the number of claims from being filed has increased from 2.3 million in 2007 to 3.9 million in 2009, just under half. In some of our offices, our unemployment insurance caseload rate has increased by 600%. We have an office in Oceanside that regularly provides services to low-wage farm workers in San Diego County who routinely carried a caseload of about 60 cases over the course of the first 7 years of 2000. In 2007, they had 60 cases. Last year, they had 409 cases. Most of those cases are not individuals who were denied benefits. Most of those cases are individuals who've called for 3 days and can't get through and don't know where to go to file their claim, who have called for 3 days, filed a claim, and then were told that they would be called for a follow-up interview, and weeks and even months go by without receiving a follow-up call for the eligibility interview that is a precursor to their claim being accepted. Many of those claimants are individuals who, when they call, because they have a double last name or their date of birth was reported by an employer or by them in a European style rather than the American style with the day first instead of the month, had their claims redirected to an identity verification system, which resulted in their claim not even being open for the purposes of tracking first claim processing for weeks, if not months. There was a comment made earlier about the fact that these problems may have come as a surprise, and that here we are in 2009 dealing with these problems when claims are at unprecedented levels. CRLA began discussions with EDD in early 2008 because their implementation of a fraud prevention identity verification system had resulted in delays for Spanish language individuals, Spanish surname individuals, and seasonal workers that were unprecedented in our experience. That discussion began in early 2008, and we found that it was on the heels of the U.S. Department of Labor in 2007 aggressively for the Bush administration raising the issue of timeliness processing both at the appeals level and first claims level. This is not a problem that just came to EDD's attention last year with a huge increase of claims.
On that note, sorry for interrupting, are other states having these same problems? Because what you're highlighting really makes us look at the prior presentation a little bit differently, that if we were to segment that data for different population groups, Spanish surname, Spanish language, and maybe other criteria, probably much worse. That probably is kind of the best case for, a mainstream claim.
I think that's exactly right. Certainly there are other states that have large non-English speaking populations, and they're all struggling with them. They all seem to be doing a little bit better job. There are certainly persistent problems throughout the nation with non-English speakers waiting longer, having more difficulty getting through. And in many states where they've had a relatively recent influx of non-English speakers, they're just staffing up to deal with the influx of non-English speakers. But when I go to these national consortiums, I do not see the systemic problem and the systemic difference between the processing of those claims that is so dramatically illustrated in California. Maurice put the numbers out there, and I was asked to put the face on those numbers. Our clients, when I surveyed our 20 offices and some of the other legal services programs, I said, oh, you know what, I'd like some examples of clients who had difficulty getting through in the very first calls, trying to make their initial claim call. to an advocate, they said, Cynthia, I could spend 400 hours. Every single claim that comes through my door, it took them 3 hours to 4 days to 3 weeks to get through on the telephone lines. It's double that if you're talking about a Spanish language applicant, and for some of the more unique languages, such as Mixteco, the indigenous languages, they can't even get through on the telephone without having someone assist them because there aren't interpreters available. Now, that's a problem that is probably something that you can't design a whole telephone system to deal with, but it highlights how easily some of these issues could be resolved if there were staff at the one-stop shops that could provide services to claimants seeking to file unemployment insurance claims, seeking to make inquiries about their pending unemployment insurance claims, and seeking to find out when they're going to get the checks on their unemployment insurance claims that have been processed. There are delays at each one of these stages that are caused not by the processing time, but by the mere inability of claimants to get through the telephone lines. So it's not just at that initial claim, it's at scheduling the secondary interview, it's at providing information that's requested as a result of that secondary interview. It's at the point they've been told they've been approved for benefits, but they've not received their continued claim forms, which they all know if they don't get them, they're not going to get paid. And it's at the time where they've submitted sometimes dozens of continued claim forms and waited weeks and even months without receiving any checks. In each of these examples, you'll see that had it not been for a CRLA or other advocate, that person probably would still be waiting for their checks. We developed a bizarre strategy as legal services advocates in California over the course of the last couple of years, and that is that when you can't get through to EDD and you know the claim has been properly filed and they have record of it, they're just not doing anything, if you file an appeal, then you get put into a process where you at least get before an administrative law judge who can hear the merits of your case, even if you haven't received a determination. Obviously, that impacted the Unemployment Insurance Appeals Board system, and we apologize for that, but it got results for our clients. In the identity verification issues, I would say that we probably put 10% or maybe even 20% of our clients through an unnecessary administrative law judge appeal because we couldn't get through the EDD side of the process to get them to make a determination that this person who filed this claim was who she said she was and was entitled to receive these benefits. Now, I emphasize that, although it is a relatively small part of the processing that EDD does, this identity verification system, and they have made tremendous strides in correcting what was truly an abusive system as a result of our engagement with them. It is, however, emblematic of the EDD approach in the last decade to unemployment insurance claims, and that is to avoid fraud at all costs. And currently, one of those costs is the delay in payment of benefits. Now, we've looked at seeing whether or not there's a cost-benefit analysis that's done for that. Those numbers are very, very sticky. But what we know for sure is that the computerization, the technology, the dedication of staff, and the impact it had on claims processing has resulted in delays, not just for the individuals who are caught up in these fraud verification programs, but for all claimants across the board.
Thank you, Ms. Rice, for your leadership. I think you're doing a great job in many of those rural communities where there aren't access to nonprofits or others that can help get people through the bureaucracy, the red tape. I know too, in many ways, the work you're doing, many of us are doing similar work in our district offices, fielding the calls with the problem situations or people falling through the cracks, and so we know all too well the toll that it takes on the staff of your organization, and really commend you for helping these individuals in a great time of need during one of the worst recessions in modern history. So thank you for your leadership. Assemblymember Bradford.
Yes, Ms. Rice, I'm just curious the number of appeals that you deal with, and I don't know if I am percentage to total claims, because it seems obvious in your presentation that if the intake process was better, the appeals would go down. So I'm just trying to figure out.
I actually tried to get a number on that, Mr. Bradford, and I would say that just guesstimates from our advocates, whereas in the years, say, between 2000 and 2006, probably 90% of our unemployment insurance cases were actual cases that there was an eligibility issue that was going to hearing. It's now closer to 40 to 70% of the states. So 30 to 60% of our cases now are non-appeal issues. They're these processing issues on EDD, on the EDD side.
So outside of technology, is there any other methods you see that would streamline that intake process that would avoid the appeal process, seems like?
Certainly the allocation of staff to the one-stop offices. Now, my recollection is that some years ago, the legislature passed some legislation that specifically required staffing in field offices for unemployment insurance claims assistance. And in my view, rather cynically, that has turned into staffing it with someone who is there for the purposes of answering questions about unemployment insurance system, the answer to which is almost without exception, there's a telephone in the lobby you can use to call someone who can help you. They cannot accept documents. Many of our clients have to establish wages to increase their base period benefits. So they bring in check stubs. They cannot bring a check stubs into a one-stop office. So they fax check stubs. For many of them, if they're not represented, go down to the drugstore and pay anywhere from 10 to 50 cents per page to do that. They get lost. $1, exactly.
Starting.
They get lost. We had some of our offices who had decided as a matter of a local priority to provide faxing services to unemployment insurance claimants so that they can get their claims put through the EDD office.
Very good. A couple more members. Assemblymember Fuhr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to highlight what may be one of the most important points that has been made by our witnesses so far. Ms. Rice alluded to the priority within EDD being on preventing fraud. And I think throughout this hearing, we have to really get at the question what our priorities are. And the chair led with the discussion of what the purported priorities of the department are and the distance between what those priorities are said to be and what they might be in real life. Mm-hmm. There's not a member here who isn't committed to trying to find every way we can to root out fraud, because the person who commits fraud is being subsidized, everybody's playing by the rules. We have a budget crisis, we can afford no fraud, we agree. Having said that, we have the most profound unemployment crisis in at least a couple generations in California. And to have prioritized the rooting out of fraud over getting money on the street to people, the lion's share of whom are very likely legitimate candidates for receipt of the money, is a scandal, on my view. And we've seen this play out in specific EDD policies over the course of time. So I just hope, Mr. Chair, that this particular issue, what are our priorities and what are we really devoting our resources to doing, which underlies at least half of the issues we've heard about so far, can really be elevated in the course of our hearing today and as you move forward as chair, focusing on this issue over the next number of months.
And you're absolutely right, and fraud prevention, I think, is important to all of us, but we have to be efficient in doing that as well. And that starts with, people answering the phone, having, real people at centers so that you could weed out, the truth from fraudulent activity.
If I could make one comment about that and provide you with an example of that prioritization. We had a claimant who was hit with an overpayment of approximately $9,000, which was more than 7 years old. He appealed, but his appeal was determined to be untimely. So he's gone through the appeal process on that issue, not of whether or not he's responsible, but whether or not it's a timely process. That appeal process took approximately 10 months before he got a final decision from the Unemployment Insurance Appeals Board, unfortunately affirming the appeal. He has another 6 months to challenge that in Superior Court. Within 3 business days, EDD had received the Unemployment Insurance Appeals decision and entered judgment in Superior Court for $9,000 so that they are now in a position to put a lien on that man's house. 3 business days. That's all it took when they really wanted to go after something.
Right. Good point. Assemblymember Ambula.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Rice, I'd like to focus on how late determinations affect unemployed workers, and in particular low-income workers. A person needs to have access to a phone, apparently, to communicate with EDD, and yet their phone may be cut off for non-payment. So it kind of creates a downward spiral, a death spiral, if you will. If they can't pay for their car payments, their car may be repossessed, so they're no longer able and available to go out and search for work. If they're late in their rent payment, they may have to deal with being evicted and finding another place to live. If they don't have food, then they may become a burden on the county or the state in terms of some kind of assistance. And yet, if they have a bank account and they overdraft, the bank doesn't wait until the UI determination has been made. If there's a late payment, there's a late fee that's assessed within days. All of these compound the situation for a low-income individual, so the impact on a low-income individual is much worse than, say, somebody who is affluent and has 6 months of savings to tide them over. Has this been your experience, that folks who really need the help the most are the ones that are caught up and wind up incurring tremendous expenses, but for the late determination?
That's definitely true, Mr. Rambula. If you refer to the handout, claimant number 1 is kind of a classically heartbreaking example. After she filed her initial claim, she'd been out of work sometime before she filed her claim, thinking optimistically she was going to find another job, so she waited. After she filed her claim, she had difficulty paying her bills. Her phone was cut off. So she went to EDD, to the one-stop center, to tell them that her phone was cut off and that she wouldn't be able to respond at that number to the verification hearing. She was referred at the one-stop shop to the lobby phone, where she just hung on the phone for 3 hours while someone waited for her who had given her a ride there. The reason they had waited for her is because she wasn't able to pay her car registration fees that month, and she wasn't about to drive her car with expired plates. And now she's at EDD giving them a phone number of a friend who lives a half an hour away from her, who has an actual reliable phone, who she now has to travel to that friend's house and get a ride from a second friend who also doesn't have a phone to go there. So the momentum of the impact of this is incredible. We have 2 individuals in here that either lost their car or lost their housing because they couldn't pay their rent. We had a young woman who, a mother of several children, who, when an employer challenged her claim after it had been initially granted, we told her about the risk of penalties and overpayment assessments, and she decided not to continue to claim benefits because she thought she could get her appeal in a few months, and she had enough money to hold her over. 7 months later, she came into our office weeping, asking if she could please change her mind, and would we let EDD know that she needed her benefits, even if there would be a overpayment, because she had received an eviction notice. So the impact on the workers that we represent is exponential. And the impact not only with respect to the workers in the seasonal industries that we have traditionally represented for 40 years, but now in restaurant and all other industries, and increasingly we are turning away clients who do not meet our income eligibility requirements but have unemployment insurance claims because under federal law we cannot provide them services.
You know, and on this topic of how unemployed people are going through this process or trying to go through this process, the next panel is also going to provide a lot of insights and observations. So we'll continue with our next panel. There are a lot of individuals in the next panel, so I think given the shortage of chairs, we'll have them come up in two separate groups. Let's start off with the Workforce Board individuals, Jennifer Mitchell with the California Workforce Association, Blake Conzo with the Fresno Workforce Investment Board, and Reg Javier with the San Diego Workforce Partnership. I hope that the presenters keep in mind a lot of good information has been covered already. So if there's something that's been said already that you could consider that aspect covered and be brief in just providing new information that has not been heard. With that, we'll just go in order of the agenda. Let's start off with Jennifer Mitchell with the Workforce Association. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members. I'm Jennifer Mitchell with the California Workforce Association, and we represent the state's 49 workforce investment boards and hundreds of career centers throughout the state. I'm joined today by Reg Javier, who represents the San Diego Workforce Investment Board, and also Blake Conzel, who is the Executive Director of the Fresno Regional Workforce Investment Board. We'd like to recognize Assemblymembers Solorio and Block and Arambula and your staff, as well as the committee, for your leadership in addressing the statewide training benefit issue, which is what we're focusing on, that is so negatively impacting your customers, our customers, and your constituents. So I'm going to relay very quickly what we're hearing from our members in terms of what's happening locally, and then turn it over to Reg and Blake to talk about what's happening with their customers and also to get their feedback on the proposed EDD fix for this issue. In terms of our membership, nearly a year ago we started hearing about the suspension of unemployment benefits for folks going into training. We were contacted by both our members, by members of the press, as well as congressional members and legislative members, and they asked us to officially follow up with the Employment Development Department to try to work with them on a proposed solution. So we recently polled our members, and we found the following. 92% reported that their customers' benefits are being suspended, customers who are going into training programs. 52% reported customers have dropped out of training because of this issue. 48% reported that their training providers are being impacted, and 8% reported that classes are going unfilled, being canceled or postponed until they can be filled because of this issue. So we're also in the process of polling other states. I know there was some information from the first panel on this. We want to find out what's happening in terms of specifically of folks going into training and whether or not they're having the same issue of benefits being suspended while awaiting determination. So this is both a statewide and a regional issue, and we know, for example, that the Bay Area Workforce Investment Boards are very concerned about the potential impact on NUMMI, to NUMMI employees who are being laid off, because they're afraid that that these folks may actually reject going into retraining rather than risk having their unemployment insurance benefits temporarily suspended. So I know this is a huge issue that you guys are all very concerned about as well. So while we're pleased by the efforts of our EDD partners to find a solution that they are working on for this issue, we believe that we could do more through statute to meet the federal intent, the guidance that we've received from the U.S. Department of Labor to get more people into academic and training programs during these difficult economic times. And so that's why we're co-sponsoring a bill with the California Federation of Labor, authored by Assemblymember Marty Block, and look forward to working with all of you as we move forward with that process. So just to wrap up, we want to serve as a resource to you. If there's information you want that we can provide, we're happy to get that to you and to your staff. And that's all I have. I want to turn it over to my members. And if it's okay with you, I'd like to switch the order of the agenda and have Reg go first, followed by Blake.
Sure, that's fine. Please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Reg Javier, and I oversee the One Stop Career Center service delivery system in San Diego County. The One Stop Career Center service delivery system is tied to the region's economy by bridging the gap between the skills needed in the business community and the education and training system. This is accomplished through services that range from basic skills assessment, career counseling, career coaching, job search assistance, and training that results in credential attainment, which ultimately leads to gainful employment and livable wages. The ultimate goal of our system is gainful employment for all of our participants. Unemployment insurance issues have impacted our system in many ways. A large percentage of our customers come in seeking assistance with their unemployment insurance claim and are being directed to a phone or a computer. In our area, we have a dedicated staff person that is tasked with trying to provide some level of service for them. Since this economic downturn, we have seen an increase in customers in our 6 one-stop career centers by twofold. And while federal guidance has been to double the number of people in training, in our region, we have actually tripled that number over the last year. And in doing so, we have seen in many instances where participants' benefits are being suspended due to the determination process of California training benefits, which then directly impacts the rates of completion of training. The issue of benefits being suspended affects all individuals that are collecting unemployment insurance compensation and are looking to pursue some type of training. With unemployment above 10% in San Diego, more than half of those in training are also unemployment insurance claimants who will face this issue. First, I would like to tell you about Carmen Cardenas. She's a customer of one of our one-stop career centers for whom we provided funding for her training. Within 3 weeks of starting her program, she was notified that her UI claim would be suspended until a scheduled determination interview was complete regarding the California training benefit eligibility of her training program. This interview was scheduled for 6 weeks from the notification date. She was so distraught that she felt like she could not continue training. Subsequently, she contacted the school and dropped from her training program in the 4th week. Another client faced a situation in regards to training programs that the San Diego Workforce Partnership has funded at the community colleges. These training programs are in demand and emerging occupations and are funded using American Recovery and Reinvestment Act funds. One of the funded courses is a 5-week program. A client interested in participating in this training was advised that he must contact UI regarding California training benefits. His UI determination interview has been scheduled out 6 weeks. During this 6-week period, the client's UI benefits will be suspended, leaving him no choice but to forego the training opportunity due to the financial hardship this would cause him. In both cases, the only issue would seem to be the financial burden faced by the client. But in reality, there is a disincentive to pursue training that might yield much-needed talent to the region's workforce. In the case of Ms. Cardenas, she dropped out of a training program after a capital investment had already been made, resulting in the poor utilization of public resources. Dislocated workers need fast and efficient resolution to allow them the flexibility necessary to retrain for occupations that are relevant to today's economic conditions. In many cases, people are being laid off from their jobs due to the diminishing of their occupation, or worse yet, the collapse of their entire industry. As a result, the only recourse would be to retrain in another occupation or industry, which will cause them to face the potential of their UI benefits being suspended. The final thing I'd like to say is that CTB should be a program that supports talent development in the local regions of California and incentivizes skills development, as opposed to penalizing those who are seeking to take advantage of that opportunity.
Well said. Next, Blake Conzel.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and committee members, thank you for having us here today to talk about this problem. At kind of the ground level, we're dealing, I think, in a way that many of you are, with calls from your constituents, with literally thousands of clients coming through our one-stops who are having to make very, very difficult choices between getting training that will lead them to better employment or career employment and losing their UI benefits because of the current CTB system. I was asked to comment on the proposed EDD remedy to the current backlog of cases, which regrettably I don't think addresses the real underlying issues of why there is such a backlog. Currently, a process that on paper is supposed to take 10 days in reality can take upwards of 60 days. And so I'd ask you all to think that as solutions are given to you that on paper have certain dates, it almost seems as if there's a paper date and then there's a reality date for how these things flush out at the ground level. The current system is not adequate for the processing of these California training benefit claims, and a new approval process that they're proposing has a phased implementation, 3 phases. They apparently did an initial test at the Verdugo Workforce Board, which I believe are the cities of Glendale and Burbank in Los Angeles County, using a highly specialized subset, nothing that would be termed a valid random sample to see if it actually works. And then based on that test, are talking about doing a phase 1 with workforce board clients and then phasing it out farther to try to implement it in the state. Currently, clients have to file for the California training benefit and are scheduled for a phone hearing. So the current EDD proposal talks about eliminating the phone hearing and actually empowering local staff, either EDD staff or workforce staff that are listed as one-stop partners, to actually, in a sense, kind of pre-authorize the school that's been listed is legitimate. Nonetheless, a claimant would still have to fax this new revised form that we would sign off on to a centralized fax number, one fax number for the entire state of California. When I initially read this proposal, I thought, my gosh, this is like Titanic 2, to just have one phone number to serve the entire state. Where that form would be reviewed by EDD staff, a final determination would be made, and UI benefits would then be reinstated. The language, and I don't know if you all have copies of this, and if not, I can get them to you. The language that gave me a little pause and what they've proposed, and I'll quote, when EDD determines, and this is their proposed revision to how the system currently works. When EDD determines that you are eligible for the California Training Benefit Program, you will be mailed a notice of determination by EDD within 10 working days from the date that your training enrollment verification is received and processed by EDD. Now, that in itself sounds great. Within 10 days, you get a form, but it's not. It says 10 working days from the date the form is, quote, received and processed. So what that means is I submit my form to the single fax number. How long will it take to process the form? It could take 30 days, 60 days to process this form, and at whatever point that the determination is made, if they, from that date, gave me a response within 10 days, it would be in compliance with this promise. This is a solution that is not really gauged at what the actual problem is, which is the process time that it's taking, whether it's to review this form, to schedule a phone hearing, look at initial eligibility documentation for the issues that the other speakers broached. And it seems to me that's a question of actually people who are employed to do the work.
Let me ask you a question. I know there's already another member that has a question. Why do they have to suspend the benefits at all if they are eligible? Why do they have to suspend the benefits if they're trying to get trained?
I don't know. I know that the legislation that our association is putting forward in partnership with the State Labor Fed talks about claimants self-certifying the same way that they do to file their initial claims. I believe there's probably a requirement that somebody says, in order to get the benefit, I have to be in training, but in order to file for the unemployment, I have to say I'm unemployed. If I can self-certify for one, why can't I self-certify for the other?
I think this is an important follow-up, and I know Assemblymember Block has a piece of legislation on it, but I think this might be the thing, too, that maybe as individual members of our committee or somehow we request that the governor to act on this in a unified way now rather than waiting to get a bill on his desk. So I do, look forward to working with you and the Assembly member to see if there isn't a way to accelerate this, because the need is now. And we know that when we're talking about millions of people, we have a federal administration that wants us to encourage training. We want to retrain people. We do have also isolated instances like with NUMMI where there definitely is the need, and there we're talking about thousands of individuals. So, we definitely look forward to working with you, Assemblymember Block, and maybe you have some brief comments, and then we'll go to Assemblymember Hagman, and then we'll continue.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Solario. Last fall, I was touring a career center in San Diego with Mr. Javier and Ms. Mitchell, and one of my constituents came up to me and said, I was talking to people about training, and isn't there an opportunity here for great job training, and the facility offers great training. And I asked him why he's not part of the training program. He said, in order to get training, I lose my unemployment benefits. And I figured this was just misinformation he had, that this was some urban legend that was going around the center. So I checked, and the more I checked, the more I found he was absolutely right. You either have to be ready, available, and actively seeking work, or you lose your benefits. Now, there is an exception, and that is if you're in a job training program. But in order to be certified as eligible for benefits while you're in a job training program, you have to do a phone interview with EDD. And the phone interview with EDD, which should take just a few days to get, could take days or weeks or months to get. So it leaves people in a situation where if they're unemployable, they don't have marketable skills right now, and they want to be trained so they can get off of unemployment and start contributing to the state, they lose their unemployment. It's a terrible disincentive. It's really outrageous. So I worked with Ms. Mitchell, the California Workforce Association, and California Labor Federation has joined in. And we do have language now, and we're very close to introducing this. It will streamline the process of being approved for a job training program and staying on unemployment. It will eliminate the red tape they now have to go through. It'll broaden the categories of training that qualify. And there is an urgency clause in it so that it can be enacted almost immediately. So I'll be bringing this forward hopefully in the next week, and we can then take action on the floor.
We look forward to working with you on that. Thank you. Assemblymember Hagman.
Thank you. And just to follow up on some of those comments, too, a lot of the issues that the workforce boards have to deal with are the federal laws from the Department of Labor. They set down the qualifications, which ones are qualified, what programs, and sometimes those get translated into what training programs are qualified under the thing. So I think that's the part, hopefully, that will streamline what the qualifications are, because the local WIB boards have to be very nimble and respond to what jobs are available. You can't just train people to build widgets if there's no widget jobs out there. You have to be able to respond to what jobs they hear. We have job developers going out, hopefully, in all these counties and areas looking for what's available, and then bringing the programs directly to match up the training programs. And hopefully the shorter the better, because people want to get employed. So that process needs to be streamlined, but we also have to have good dialogues with our congressional delegation. I know that WEA has not been reauthorized. We're going on year 8 or 9, and every year it's something different, and new leaderships keep driving different things. So when it comes down to what qualifies, because I remember we're getting noted for the number of people who are physically in training in their different categories. Well, we could have 30, 40,000 people walk through the door at the one stop, but only get credit for 800 or 900 because they only have certain qualification matters. But those other thousands of people that come through get a job lead or go through a seminar how to fill out a resume or something like that. We're not getting credit for those things too. So I think California needs to pitch in with CWA to lobby for those things that are more practical. We all want the same goal, but how do you actually qualify and target it and see which programs are working and what not? And I think a lot of that bureaucracy has fallen on the shoulders of EDD because of their rules and regulations to have performance standards shown what they're doing, and same thing with the CWA of their performance standards. So I think that's where a lot of these log jams are going from the different pots of money, because there is funds for CTB. Once you qualify for the training program, you do get the equivalent close to for the unemployment. But if that training program's on that list, and that's where the process takes for a long time to get on that list, to get it qualified. But you can't do that and be nimble to respond to each region or each locality's different job availability. So it's going to be different in San Diego as in Inland Empire is in Los Angeles, and they have to have that freedom and to do that. But that goes all the way up, not just through the state, but to the federal level of the labor dollars in the Department of Labor.
Good point, Assemblymember. Next, we have Assemblymember Calderon, then Fear, then we'll continue with the rest of the panel. Assemblymember Calderon? Or do you want to skip past? Okay. Assemblymember Fear.
I really appreciate Mr. Hagman's attempt to try to find what common ground might exist, work with the federal government, try to get us in the right direction. And there are lots of opportunities here to do that, I think. However, I want to be sure that we do have responsibility rest where it belongs on this particular issue. And I'd like someone to clarify something. So the thrust of at least one of Mr. Hagman's comments was there are some federal rules that are inhibiting EDD from being able to effectively administer this program and so forth. It's my understanding that federal law doesn't specify what the state's approval criteria need to be, and that it's really with the state, and EDD in particular, to decide what's approved training, how it has to be approved, how eligibility criteria are put forth. And if that's the case, I just want to be sure that we don't misdirect our well-intended efforts at the federal level on this particular point, because other points where we have to go there, and instead focus on doing it right ourselves. Am I wrong? What was the story?
Well, EDD representatives may be able to speak more articulately to this very specifics. However, from what I've read, it's up to the states as to how they implement this. So there are some barriers that the state can remove, and they are working on that. But we think that there are additional barriers that can be removed through statute. Now, if we have to do some advocacy at the federal level, too, we're back in D.C. a lot. We're happy to do that.
Okay.
Just to add to that response, sir, I don't think that the burning issue right now is the way in which training providers are put on what's called the eligible training provider list. There is an existing system, and I can just speak particularly about Fresno County, that all of our community colleges and most of the private trainers are on the list. The Obama administration also, in supplying stimulus money to increase the amount of training that's available, created a streamlined process for how we pay for training, allowing us to pay trainers up front. I think that the real issue is the fact that people are being forced to choose between continuing to receive UI and going to school. And one of the effects that will happen, in addition to not having a really qualified workforce, is that this stimulus money has a certain shelf life that if it's not spent, it goes back. Right. So we have the reserves. We have money right now to send people to training, and many of these slots are not being taken because people are having to choose between food and rent and going to school. So it's a double negative. The negative that the person's not receiving the training, but also the negative that we're going to give back money, end up giving back money to the federal government.
And that's money that we need.
Yeah,
a follow-up, Assemblymember Fear?
I just want to say, no, this is my point, that we have it in our control, no one else's, our control, to eliminate that Hobson's choice for people trying to get trained. And we should take control of this issue ourselves now. Thank you.
Well said. Let's continue with the remainder of this panel. From the California Labor Federation, Angie Way. From the Federation as well, the Workforce and Economic Development Program Director, Tim Rainey. And from SAU Local 1000, Stephanie Burry, Gail Hannon, and Ira Eisenberg. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members. I'm Angie Way with the California Labor Federation. We really appreciate the chair, the committee staff, and this entire committee for your leadership in bringing oversight and an analytical look at the unemployment insurance system. I think the large takeaway, we actually provided a briefing paper in the back, and it's a little bit duplicative of the briefing papers that you've seen today, but I think the overwhelming message today is that this is not a last year problem. This isn't a last 2 year problem. This has been a systemic 2-decade problem with our unemployment insurance system, and we are pleased that there's attention being paid here. But it's also an issue that we think should not have to be partisan. I think that Mr. Hagman has said already, we share the same goals. So at some point, we can all stand down and figure out what the best process is and the best policy is to get laid off workers the subsistence benefits that they need, but also the training and skills development that they need going forward. I'm also going to just take a second to acknowledge the staff at EDD. our members, Local 1000 members who work hard every day and are heartbroken by the stories they hear every day from laid off workers, and also to acknowledge the management staff at EDD. It's not their fault that the lack of leadership has been there for 2 decades. And on this point, the director of EDD retired in December, and to date, our understanding is that there's no director, nor is there an acting director, nor have we heard of any plans to bring a leader into EDD. At a time of such high unemployment and the need for services, where is the leadership at that department now? I think that's something that this legislature in a nonpartisan or bipartisan way should be looking at as well. I'm going to very briefly lay out what we think are 5, 6, 7 immediate steps that we can take to improve access to the unemployment insurance system for laid-off workers. Number 1 is we hope that we can get bipartisan support out of this legislature to support the congressional extension of unemployment insurance benefits and require EDD to have a proactive plan for how we're going to continue those claims when those long-term unemployed workers get an extension of their benefits at the end of February. What is EDD's plan? And we need to work together to make sure that nobody falls off the rolls during that gap period. Number 2, we're not one usually to say hire outside people, but wow, this computer system is just a gigantic mess. And we're not one to say bring in outside. We want to bring some technical expertise to look at EDD's system and say, here's a plan for how.
Yeah.
I think that in the briefing paper you'll see as well, the capacity at EDD, we've been building a the system, it's a house of cards. And with the furloughs and the retirements that have happened because of the way that we're treating our state employees, the expertise of working on a 5-decade-old computer system is running out our door. And you're seeing that all over state government where the people with the experience and the expertise are leaving state and public service because of the way that this administration has been treating our public servants.
Good point.
So given that reality of what's happening inside EDD, we need to bring some outside help. Already we see in the briefing paper provided by this committee, 1 year out from the enactment of the alternate base period that this legislature passed, I believe, in March of last year. Just 1 year out, they're overrun $53 million. That money, I was shocked and embarrassed to learn from the briefing paper, that money to pay that cost overrun came out of the state disability insurance program, a 100% worker-funded program. So we are robbing our Peter to pay for their Paul mistakes. And EDD, the unemployment insurance program, is such a problem now that it's creating pressures on our other social insurance programs and dragging SDI down with it. We've got to do something to make that stop, control those costs, get a computer system that works, and get some outside help to do it. The next thing that this administration can do immediately is to exempt EDD from these furloughs. This should be a nonpartisan issue. I think the facts today show it makes no sense when they're fully federally funded to put them out on furloughs. We think that even with the governor's proposal about abrogating collective bargaining and going to pay cuts, we have 4 months left of the fiscal year in which we can exempt them from the furloughs immediately. The next thing that we think can be done immediately, call for a public jobs program. We want to create jobs. We have millions of people getting unemployment benefits now. There are people there who know IT. There are people there who want to help laid off workers. There are people there who want to help connect people to jobs. Hire folks off our UI roles. Bring in 1,000 more people into EDD. Bring in 10,000 more people. Create those jobs with the federal funds we can get to administer this program and hire our own laid off workers. Why haven't we done that yet? The next thing we can do, and we're going to do as the State Labor Federation, we're going to introduce a bill to authorize direct deposit of benefits as well as these pay cards with consumer protections. We want to create ease of access to benefits for laid-off workers, but we also want to protect them from the nickel and diming fees that banks impose on them. And so we're going to introduce that legislation. We hope that we can enjoy some bipartisan support on that as well. We also think that training bill, Assemblymember Block's bill, he mentioned it's going to have an urgency clause. There is urgency around this, and this legislature should take up that bill immediately and pass it and allow those opening up training opportunities for laid-off workers. Mr. Fuhrer asked a question about what is the federal law, and I know that members have gotten the DOL guidance on this. I just want to read the purpose of the DOL guidance. It came out May of '09. The purpose is to strongly encourage states to, 1, broaden their definition of approved training for unemployment insurance beneficiaries during economic downturn. That's what the federal government has told us to do in May of 2009, and still nothing has happened. So sadly, we're going to have to move a bill on an urgency clause to actually realize what the federal government has given us guidance on. My last 2 points are, at some point we are going to have to deal with the solvency issues of this fund. We are, Mr. Nilo, over $6 billion in the red. And it's going to have to take some putting down of the swords and looking at the financial figures. It's all about the numbers and getting this fund back into solvency. If we don't, we will owe hundreds of millions of dollars of interest back to the federal government at a time when we cannot eke out a penny more. And finally, I'm going to kind of whisper this. For the last 2 decades, EDD has not been able to get us out of this problem. We need help. It may be time to look at the federal government, ask them to trustee our program. Somebody from the feds needs to come in and help us get out of this disaster. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Rainey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, honored to be here. A lot has been said, so I'll be brief. Specifically talking about the California Training Benefits Program, this is a critical time to train people. We're missing a very important opportunity, as you've heard. As noted, the employment picture in California is really bleak. 2.2 million workers, Californians, are looking for work. There's 1 job for every 6 job seekers in the state. In the construction trades, unemployment is between 30 and 50%, depending on what region you're looking at. And every county in the state has at least doubled unemployment since the start of the recession, which goes back, economists say, to about June 2007. Now's the time to be training in new skills. This is a critical opportunity and a critical time to be training in new skills, especially in energy efficiency, renewable technologies, nursing, and in other fields that are projected for growth, and fields that require longer-term training, not short-term training. This is critical for both workers and business. It's also important for California's competitive edge, so when we come out of this downturn, when employment starts to pick up again, we have the skilled workers necessary to move California ahead of other states. We're not doing that now. We're not thinking about that now. We could be, because we're not taking advantage of the opportunities, losing our competitive edge. The White House recognized this back in 2009, May of 2009, as Angie pointed out. This was 8 months ago. When the Department of Labor issued guidance strongly encouraging states to significantly broaden access to skills training and education, including through financing or financial aid through Pell for workers receiving UI. The U.S. Department of Labor guidance letter, which is dated May 8th, I don't know if you've got it in front of you. It should be available today. I'll quote briefly. In this time of recession, this is from the guidance letter, in this time of recession, states are strongly encouraged to reconsider their laws and regulations and any applicable administrative requirements to determine if their approved training requirements are appropriate to the current economy. Post-secondary education and training are increasingly important for success in the job market. Periods of unemployment, particularly in the current economic climate, provide opportunities for laid-off workers to develop new skills so that employers will benefit from a skilled workforce when the economy recovers. Instead of broadening access to training, however, in California, we've created, I think, mass confusion, as you heard from the previous panelists, mass confusion across the state among UI beneficiaries, and a fear that seeking even classes in the evening at a community college will jeopardize unemployment benefits. In a letter dated October 26th from the EDD, this was 6 months following the DOL guidance, UI recipients received a letter from EDD stating, while you are receiving UI benefits, the EDD will ask that you report any school attendance because this raises a question of your availability to seek suitable work. Therefore, it is important that you make an informed decision about pursuing additional training and consider the potential effects on the continuation of your UI benefits. Even if a Pell Grant or other federal and state financial aid is awarded in California, there is no guarantee that you would continue to receive unemployment compensation unless you continue to be available for and seek full-time work.
That does not sound like a friendly letter.
That sounds that sounds like a threat.
It was taken as
a red flag, yeah.
Certainly. And it definitely wasn't in the spirit of the DOL guidance. And I think it was appropriately said, California, it's in our hands right now to reflect what the federal government is telling us to do. which is the right thing to do, which is in this time of downturn when people have no opportunities for work, that they pursue skills training, longer-term skills training through colleges, apprenticeship programs, and other federally funded training courses to get the skills necessary to be successful when employment comes back. I wanted to reiterate real quickly, if I could, something that Maurice brought up. The employment situation is not going to improve anytime soon. The last two recessions, economists called long-term, or rather jobless recoveries. Employment didn't come back to pre-recession levels for 50, 60 months. It's projected now that we're in probably a deeper crisis, a longer-term recovery, and a longer jobless recovery. So employment may not come back in California for another 2 years. So we've got to invest in skills now. It's critically important. I think we need to talk about codifying the federal guidance in state statute and taking out barriers to moving people into training that keep kind of hanging up the EDD. And there are places in statute that I think are addressed in Assemblyman Marty Block's bill to clean out those sort of those stumbling blocks to the eligibility problem. Students shouldn't miss another semester of school. We need to do this urgently. Thank you.
Thank you for partnering with us on that. Next, we're going to hear from some employees on the ground. We have some SAU Local 1000 folks. I think Stephanie Burry is going to introduce our two witnesses.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Burry. I'm with SEIU Local 1000. Local 1000 represents pretty much everybody at EDD, from the people who answer the phones to the janitors, outside of management. I think the sergeant's passing out a chart that we put together from the information we got from the Department of Labor. Local 1000 has been, this isn't an issue that's new to Local 1000. They've been talking about this for years. This chart shows EDD's performance on the first payment timeliness standard, and it shows you that EDD hasn't been performing for a long time, and that this has been an issue that is not just about this current crisis, but it's been a problem for a long time, and that our members really do really want to fix this problem. And so I just think this really shows you how bad the problem is. This is month by month, and it really is pretty dramatic. So just to sort of show that. I'm sure most of you are aware that Local 1001, its lawsuit against the governor in regards to federal and special funds regarding furloughs. We're still waiting for the actual final decision on that lawsuit. That should come sometime this month. Once that occurs, then we assume the governor will appeal that. So that is going to be that'll take a long time to actually come to fruition. So our members are still facing furloughs. At EDD, they are what they call self-directed furloughs. That doesn't, just because members are not taking furlough days doesn't mean that they aren't dealing with the furloughs, because they get about a 15% pay cut every time they get a paycheck. So just because they're not taking those days off doesn't mean they aren't dealing with the actual impacts of the furloughs. So they're dealing with their issues every day when they have to figure out how to deal with a pay cut. I have with me today two members who work at EDD. Gail Hannon, who's been with EDD for about 7.5 years. She's worked with unemployment insurance, and Ira Eisenberg, who's worked at EDD for about 8 years, and he works out of Oakland, and Gail works out of Sacramento. So, Gail.
Welcome, Gail.
Hi. I wanted to go over a few things that I've heard about here, where I, as a worker, recognize where these problems are coming from. One of the things is about the low-income spiral that's happening with unemployment insurance benefits, people losing homes and everything. That's now across the board. It is not a low income. People since May 7th, 2006 have been getting benefits for extended benefits. That's 4 years. A lot of those people with the problems with the extended benefits, where they didn't have the benefits coming out to them for well over a month, they have already lost their savings. They've already spent all their savings. And so this is also the whole thing is affecting everyone in all areas of income. One of the things that they had mentioned was the identity system, where people of low income or couldn't speak English, most of those are the ones that are identified. There has been a change. There was a change that was set up to that system. Prior to our ability to be able to verify Social Security and DMV licenses. So now we can just go in and we can look and we can verify this is the person that's the owner and everything. So they sent out a notice to make a change, a pending change to our manual. And that notice has expired, so now we're back to the old way. And right now we have about 35 to 50% new hires in at least two locations that I know of. They're all being trained to do that. So those identifications are going back up again because they have to go by the manual.
And why are we reverting back to a bad policy?
Well, the manual was never updated. We were making pending changes. We don't.
New people are getting hired. They're getting an old manual.
They're getting the manual without the pending changes, and so because of the way that the manual states that it has to go, the use of payroll companies is going to cause, a company using payroll companies or a larger company buying a smaller one, anything in that direction is going to cause these new people to cause an identity flag, which is going to cause a delay in payments.
Wow.
And so, right now what I do is I help mentor and train new hires, and it's the difficulty there is that I try to tell them we can use our, we can use our brain on some of this stuff. They've got the amount of money, they got the time, all showing and everything, but they have to go by the manual.
Yeah.
So, so we are going to be seeing a large, or I've already seen a large thing in the identities. We also have a telephone call system that's, as they mentioned, punitive to people who are non-English speakers. Well, that same system is punitive to the workers, too. If you're in the call center, you're answering phones, there's this thing called a gate that says how long you are on a specific code. Well, if you run over your 15 minutes by seconds, there's at any point in time 2 to 5 managers looking at that, and they're coming over to tell you, you ran over your time, you ran over your time. And there's a lot of pressure working in a call center in the first place. You are talking to a lot of upset people.
Right.
And you're not allowed to even take a break in between those calls.
Or they've been on hold for 2, 3, 4 hours in a lobby with somebody waiting to drive them back. Yeah.
Right. Or they've been calling for a month.
Right.
And so that's it's very punitive to the workers. Now we're talking about 35 to 50% of these people, new workers. We have a very high quality a workforce that's coming in because of this recession. A lot of them are coming from the unemployment insurance rolls, too. And when they're getting there, they're getting paid less now because of these furloughs. They're getting paid less than they were on unemployment. Can't quit their job to go back on unemployment because, so, it's a vicious circle for them. We are, with the furloughs, I polled a lot of people. The people with experience are able to take their time because they have the seniority.
Right.
And that's the way that our vacation, our vacation calendar system goes, although that doesn't actually address furlough time. So, and all the new hires are told they cannot take the furlough because they're new hires and they're still in training. And they have not been told, okay, you're going to have this huge lump sum, you'll get these days off in the future. They haven't been told anything about how that's going to work out. And because of the seniority system, they may never get out.
Wow.
And so And along with that, the experienced workers can do a lot more production, but they're taking the time because they know it's a use it or lose it thing. So you've got, that we've got good people. They're doing very good, but they can't be as fast as the more experienced. And a lot of the more experienced people are just leaving.
Very, very good. I know we're going to hear from one of your colleagues, Dan Kernick, and then we have Assembly Member Calderon with a question.
Well, I have a question directly related
to her. Okay, fair enough.
I'm interested in knowing what is EDD's policy on state workers' furloughs in terms of claiming those furloughs. What is their? Okay, well,
yeah.
Well, why don't we let the next gentleman answer?
That's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Ira Eisenberg.
Yes, I came to work for the state in unemployment insurance at the Oakland Call Center just about the time that Arnold Schwarzenegger took office. I was a group, part of a group that was the last hired. After that, a hiring freeze was imposed. All right. So, but let me answer your question directly, and I'll get back to that point. What they do at the Oakland Call Center, and I can't give you a macro view, but I assume it must be the same policy in all of the call centers. You have 3 days of furlough each month, right? But you have to work those days. So you book for 3 days of furlough per month. And this is supposed to be self-directed furlough. It's supposed to mean you can take it whenever you want. That's a total fiction. The way it works is, if you ask for a furlough day off on a certain day next week, say, if the strictly allotted vacation time for the whole office has been used for that day, you don't get that time off. You can't get a furlough day off unless it's granted by management. And it's what governs the allotment of furlough time is the allotment of vacation time, which is strictly limited. So you can get it if there's a vacation time available and you haven't used up your total allotment of vacation. It's a total fiction.
Wait, so you're saying that the furlough days coincide are really your vacation days?
Exactly.
And what's this use it or lose it?
Well, at some point in the not too distant future, if you haven't used all of your accumulated furlough days, they disappear.
Yeah.
And what's the deadline for that? How much time do you have?
2012.
2012.
Yeah.
2012. Yeah.
June
It's,
2012.
there's no way that we're going to use.
So in the next 2 years, that 670,000 hours of furlough overtime has got to be used, or you lose it. But but
they won't let you use it. Is what I'm saying.
They won't let you use it.
Exactly.
So you're putting in overtime.
What furlough amounts to
hope of getting that time back.
Right. What furlough amounts to is a pay cut and forced overtime.
Yeah.
All right.
Amazing.
Can I give my?
Yeah.
I know we're all
we already
tired.
have some more questions.
Yeah. I know we're all tired of hearing the same facts reiterated over and over again. What I would like to offer is a few solutions.
Great.
First of all, ignore the advice of my charming colleague. Don't outsource the computer problem. That's exactly what they've been doing.
You just said outside the department. Could maybe still be, government, but just.
But that's exactly what they've been doing. And the cost overruns have been enormous, and nothing has been accomplished. What you should do is donate that mainframe here in Sacramento to the Smithsonian Institute and get yourself a piece of hardware that lives up to what California should stand for, which is the highest level of technology.
Right.
I mean, it's outrageous to me that California, by far the largest state in the union, the home of Silicon Valley, the place where computerization was born, should have an antique mainframe that speaks a dead computer language called COBOL that nobody knows how to program. I mean, that is a scandal and a disgrace. A state that whose annual budget runs into the tens of billions of dollars can't tell me, a citizen and a taxpayer, as well as a state employee, that you can't afford it. So the first,
donate it to the Smithsonian. What else you got?
And buy yourselves a new mainframe, one that's capable of the task.
That works.
Exactly.
HP around.
Not only would that greatly improve the efficiency and the productivity of unemployment insurance, it would vastly improve all state operations. You'd save an enormous amount of money.
Very good. We have some questions for you. We have Assemblymember Bradford and then Assemblymember Nava.
Well, my question might be for Mr. Rainey or maybe the previous group, and it relates to the training. Are you familiar with other training processes or programs in other states and how they streamline it and how it differs from what we're doing right here?
We've seen how Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, and New York has handled the problem, and they did it very differently. They really expressed the intent of the Department of Labor's guidance. They streamlined the process. They told people you can access training and not lose your UI benefits under any conditions in no uncertain terms. So at least 3 states that I know of have done a great job on this. We've got examples of their documentation and their guidance on their website to their UI recipients as a guide for us in California. And I know the EDD is looking at that stuff.
So the process is a whole lot more streamlined, or just the language in it?
No, the process is much more streamlined.
Mr. Nava?
Yeah, thank you. A question for the employees at EDD. You're talking about banking these furlough days. What happens to the time that you bank if you separate? If you leave?
On the furloughs, you lose it.
You lose it.
For furloughs, you lose it.
Do you even get a tax credit maybe a little bit?
No.
The other
Donation
thing
to the
that
state?
Mr. Nava, the other thing that EDD has been doing is you're allowed like 3 weeks of vacation a year, right? That's it. When you take your vacation, they book it as furlough days taken.
Wow.
Why do they do that? Ask yourselves. I think it's to try to mitigate damages when the court finally overturns this furlough for the egregiously illegal thing that it is.
Yeah.
But it's entirely being manipulated by top management in EDD, much of which has jumped ship.
Yeah. No, this furlough thing is a whole nightmare.
No, it's
in and of itself, and we're finding
it's a
here all
fraud.
these
It's
other consequences that no one knows about yet. Like
I have another solution I'd like to offer you. Okay.
And I have one other question.
I say improve the technology, expand the telephone system, but don't make the mistake of thinking that technology is some kind of a magic bullet for unemployment insurance. Unemployment insurance is a hugely complicated business. It takes at least a year to train a person to where they're, adequately competent in negotiating all of the rules and laws and issues, okay? If you don't have a human being properly trained to mediate between the claimant and the technology, you're going to end up with exactly the situation that we have now with this fraud that has been perpetrated on the public with eApply for You. this so-called computerized filing system. It isn't a computerized filing system. What happens is somebody goes online, fills out a virtual form, right? And you know where most of the overtime is spent? It's spent
retyping
before 8 a.m. and after 5 p.m. with exhausted and de-incentivized employees staring bleary-eyed at a computer screen and going through these forms and doing this and thinking about how I would love to get the hell out of here.
Very good.
You could train a chicken to do that.
Assemblymember Calderon.
Yeah. Well, first of all, an observation and then a question. If I understand your background, you, for the last 7 years, have been charged with the responsibility of administering unemployment benefits to those that need it. And you don't sound very happy.
Let me tell you this. If you want,
let's hear if there's the rest of the question. Yeah, that's just the start.
That was just an observation. It was rhetorical.
Oh, you don't want an answer? Okay.
Okay.
Not yet.
All right. But the question is this. When you have all this bureaucracy, when you have all these guidelines and rules and enforcement of rules, for the most part, I assume that it is to protect the public's dollar, to make sure that it's being used the way it should be. But for what I'm hearing is it sounds more like the department is far more interested in catching the few cheaters at the expense of those people who need benefits. Now, I'm not trying to lead you on this. What's your reaction to it?
let me answer you directly, because what I've been doing in recent years is special projects, one of which is verifying the eligibility of immigrant workers, guest workers, okay? People who are not citizens of the United States, but they're working in this country, okay? It's called SAVE verification, okay? And what I see, all these claims that come, across my screen that have been generated by these people, I see the horrendous error rates and traps that these people are falling into because they can't interact with an intelligent and trained intermediary. They don't know how to negotiate the system. One of the other issues, the thing that you're talking about.
Is there a profile? How do you determine who you're going to look at to determine if they're citizens or not?
Well, they answer the question. One of the questions on that virtual form is are you a citizen of the United States? Whether or not they are, if they answer yes, then that's it. They're through with that question. But, people are honest. Even people who are not citizens of the United States are honest.
Assemblymember Nava has a question. Assemblymember?
Yeah, I mean, it just occurs to me that, this isn't Amazon.com. It's not like you're going online to go buy a book or a video or, some music. And all of that has been designed to work with people who are computer literate and who are experienced and have access and know exactly how that thing is supposed to work. Now, and what this reminds me of is the testimony that we've heard in the past that having to do with when people fill out their health insurance forms and they answer a question that is inaccurate, that is then later used to deny them benefits when they are entitled to health care because they have a certain condition and they forgot to list the particular medication that they may have taken 6 or 7 years ago. And so you have the myth of technology that is being overlaid on people who are unemployed, not necessarily particularly computer literate, and who are now being asked to fill out complicated forms that contain within them every possible way to get it wrong, which then leads to a rejection. And it is absolutely a nightmare. It's
That's
absurd.
exactly right.
It's absurd. It is ridiculous. I mean, I'll tell you this. I mean, if the legislature is at 12% approval rate, it may be in part because we haven't done what we need to do to make services intelligent for people. And I think one of the first steps that we can do here is to be outraged and ashamed that this system has been allowed to morph into the monster that it is, that heaps more chaos and pain on people than they're already suffering.
Good observations, and I know that.
Can I make one more?
No, we're going to continue.
observation?
We have another assembly
All right.
woman that would like to make an observation.
And I just want you to know that I appreciate all of you making the time to come here and present your different cases and stories to us. They're all too familiar because we are taking a lot of those calls we're answering in our own offices. People trying to figure out how to maneuver through these very, very difficult procedures that have been placed on them. Assemblymember Nava, I just so disagree with some of what has been said. People should not have to learn how to maneuver through a system. We don't want them to. We want them to get a job. We want them to be trained to get a job. My community does not want unemployment benefits. They want a job. And we want to help them. And I want to hear what you need from us so we can help you do your job.
This is
help
what I've
our
been.
constituents.
All right, can I finish my presentation? please?
And let's let.
I've been waiting.
Well, so far, I have not heard that. I've heard a lot of complaints.
I'm
a lot of
trying to give you solutions.
Let me
okay?
finish, please. I have heard a lot of complaints, a lot of finger pointing, a lot of snowballs being thrown around the room. We want to know how we can help you do your job better. That's it.
All right.
So let's hear from Mr. Eisenberg, and then let's give Gail an opportunity as well.
Okay, I am totally in agreement with you. And this system, the way it has been designed and operated, if you wanted to hatch a plot to destroy unemployment insurance, just destroy it, you couldn't come up with a better plan than the one that is being implemented in this state today. Improve the technology, not to substitute for the intelligent intermediary that has to be there to help people through the system, guide them through the system, and get them what they need, but to enhance the capacity of the system to bring those people to the intelligent intermediary, okay? Another solution I want to offer you is this. End furlough. Eliminate overtime. And use that money to hire a second shift. A second shift. Why do our phones only go on at 8 a.m. and are shut off arbitrarily at 5 p.m. when working people have the most difficulty getting through? Why can't we have a second shift? Why can't the phones be on from 8 a.m. until midnight? Right. And you could use the money you're now squandering on overtime with people acting like performing chickens, generating much of the determination overload that we have, because they can't, even if they see the problems, they can't do anything about them because they don't have the claimant there to talk to, right?
Very good.
All right.
Let's let your colleague respond as well. Ms. Hannon.
Hi, thank you. I was here 2 years ago, not in front of this particular committee, but in front of another committee, discussing these issues that were coming up, foreseeing what's happening now. And at that point in time, the committee had stated to EDD that they should work more with the employees that actually do the job. There is kind of I took a survey before I came here. A lot of the employees, especially the new employees, feel like there is a wall between management and employees, that anything that employees suggest don't come. A year ago, I was with EDD Management, and they had asked us for suggestions. One of the suggestions that we made at that point in time is open the phone lines from 7 to 6 and allow us to have alternate work schedules like a lot of other employees have, 410s, 9880s, alternate work schedules, and that way phone coverage could be further out too. The phones could come up, and what we were told is the reason why this isn't happening is because managers won't want to come in that long or that early, which they're doing now because they're doing that for overtime. We do have to be managed. Another thing that we need training for special claims. There are military people and federal people, and I'm taking care of those legislative calls that you get. Actually, I'm the one that's on the other end of that line.
Thank you for that.
They give us, and so and people that are out of state, they can't file the way that anybody else does. We need special documentation. A lot of times they can't even get through to us, so they can't do this. And I do work on things that are 2 months old, trying to get these people. Now we've got this Operation Welcome Home coming up, where we're going to have military. As far as I know, the EDD hasn't trained anyone in at least 2 sites that I know of in the last 5 years on how to file military or federal claims. There's very few of us that still work there. It is in the manual, but you still have to have special training in order to do it. And so, get some of these people, and they keep canceling it too. They schedule it and then they cancel it, and so all these people are 2 months behind, behind everybody else. Let's put it that way. So allow that training to go through, so your constituents, because most of them that I get from you guys are federal or combined wage or military.
I want to thank you and Mr. Eisenberg for being on the front lines. I know, again, we all interface with you. I know in my own district in Orange County, there's a staff person there in EDD, Esther Lupien, who does wonders for us, appreciates the call, knows there's a lot of people falling through the cracks, and so we're real pleased that you, as rank and file employees, you're trying to make the system work, but you have a lot of hurdles, obstacles. You have managers, and it's the leadership at the top that we need help with. So we thank you with that. On the subject of modernization, we're now going to go to the next panel because we're running behind schedule.
I just wanted to say on the issue of the one-stop centers and having EDD employees and UI employees, we had a bill that we sponsored, AB 857. I think it's coming back this legislative session. So we continue to work on that.
And we'll continue to work with you as well.
Who work at the one-stop centers, who are workforce employees, know that that's an important issue to work on.
Very good.
Can I just
Thank
make
you.
one little.
Sorry, I apologize. We're very much over time. We're on to the next panel regarding modernizing the administration
You're not
of the
collecting the payroll
unemployment insurance program. We have the legislative analyst's office coming up.
Wait, Mr. Chairman, he's saying they're not collecting payroll taxes. I think that's
billions of dollars in payroll taxes that should be coming into the system to defray the costs of benefits are not being collected.
Maybe if you could write that up, and through the leadership of the Labor Federation, we'll continue to work on this and numerous issues.
Mr. Eisenberg, come see me about that.
Mr. Chairman, as the witnesses are coming up, and with regard to Ms. Torres's comments about the legislature providing support, I do want to point out that last year in the current budget, we authorized 2,000 positions for EDD. They told us they didn't need them and they would be reverted back, and then relied on overtime to make up the difference. So if there is a fault of the legislature, it's not monitoring and doing oversight on how things are being done once we pass the budget. But I think there was an attempt to provide adequate personnel years for the department. It's simply the way that they chose how to use those resources.
The thing is that we can provide the resources, but if the executive branch, if the administration doesn't use them or refuses to use them, there isn't much we can do. Beyond that, Assemblymember Rambula, I agree. We've tried to help, but we can only go so far as one branch of government. We need the administration to follow through and hire those thousands of positions that we authorized. So, I mean, I think that needs to be pointed out.
Yeah, I mean, it's executive leadership, and as someone pointed out earlier, the fact that we don't have a director there at a time where we're way behind the eight ball and are not performing according to average standards nationally. It's lacking in leadership over there. We now have the LAO's office, who is going to talk about the modernization efforts at the EDD. We have Charity Espiritu, as well as Eric Lee, and I think might have a third person as well. Welcome.
Todd, of course.
He's not on the agenda. Wow.
He's a guest speaker.
A special guest. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members. I'm Erica Lee with the Legislative Analyst Office. I am here with Charity and Todd, my colleagues, who will be able to answer any program questions. I deal with the IT side. So a lot has been said today about EDD's modernization efforts, and I've been asked to provide information in regards to some of those projects. And the sergeant has handed out worksheets, I believe, that have pretty much what I'll be covering today. Just at a high level, there are two sets of projects. The first are the unemployment insurance modernization projects. I'll start there. Just very, at a high level, tracing the history of this, also referred to as the UI mod projects. If you'd like to follow along, there are bullets. There's also a table on page 3, if that's easier for you to follow along with. And the same format follows for the second set of projects, which are referred to as the ARA projects because they are funded in part by ARA dollars. So just to begin, on page 1, back in 03-04 Budget Act, the legislature set aside, as we have heard, READ Act dollars in the amount of $66 million. And this was set aside for EDD to begin implementation of two projects. And you'll see in the bullets, the first project was the call center network platform and application upgrade. I'll refer to that, since it's so long, as just the call center project. And this essentially was going to build the infrastructure necessary to link all of the call centers. We've been hearing from representatives of these call centers. We've been hearing about some of the backup, the backlogs from these calls, and in part it's due because there's not a networked infrastructure that connects all of these systems to all of these offices together. 15, I believe there are 15, potentially 16 now coming online. The second project is the continued claims redesign, and again, as we've heard, there is no way to recertify a claim online. It's all done manually and sent via mail. So there's a lot of manual processing involved. So those are the two projects that would begin based on the READ Act dollars. As is policy for the state, a feasibility study report, or an FSR, is generally submitted to, then it was finance, now it is the Office of the Chief Information Officer, which basically tells the state, this is what we plan on doing, this is the solution, these are our business needs. And initially, the concept was these would be two separate projects. And so each project submitted an FSR back in October 2003, and the cost then for the call center network was estimated to be about $38 million, and the estimated completion date was November 2006. The CCR project was estimated to be $58 million to be completed by June 2008. And I just want to stress that these are estimates based on the idea of what EDD thought they would need for these solutions. As is also part of the state policy, the approval process, is anytime a project is experiencing major changes, and major, the threshold is a 10% cost increase or 10% shift in schedule, so a delay, there has to be a special project report submitted. And in May of 2006, EDD updated both of their projects by submitting their first SPR. And I'll just highlight some of the major changes. The first was that after further study of the two projects, there were interdependencies that were recognized and identified, and the idea was, well, let's now merge these two projects together rather than have two separate projects. Let's merge them together. Let let's procure one vendor to work on both projects. And that was the major change. Of course, this would require changes to scope for the project, changes of the cost and scheduling. And that is why this SPR was submitted. It actually updated the cost to a total of $113 million and delayed completion of the project by 3 years.
So it cost more to have one person do it than to have two different people do it.
And after 3 years lapse.
After a 3-year lapse.
Part of the increase in cost was staff. I'm sure attributed to staff, not just the vendor cost. In general, for IT projects, the vendor costs do make up a large proportion of the total cost, but state staff generally make up a sizable portion as well.
And what happened during those 3 years?
I believe there were some studies that were being done. There was an outside vendor that came in to take a look at these two projects. And let me just back up a little bit here. These projects came about sort of in an unusual way. So usually what happens is departments, agencies have an idea of, and they put it forward in a feasibility study. This FSR, as it's called, is then submitted through sort of an approval process on the administrative side. And it's vetted, and it's strengthened over time because it goes through basically the vetting process. And then it goes through the budget process. So once it is approved by the administration, the legislature has a chance to look at it as well. And usually at that point, these FSRs are fairly studied. In this case, the REDAC dollars came in, and we had the money before we had the feasibility studies. So it was sort of a reverse of what is normal. EDD had to come up with these feasibility studies fairly quickly, and the Department of Finance required them sort of post-approval to do a further study. So that is reasoning behind part of that lapse, and others may have been potentially procurement issues. I'm not privy to some of the details on that.
So in other words, it doesn't make any difference whether the money is there or the money is not there. You're talking about a 3-year approval process?
Well, as I said, the planning process should have been done before putting forward an appropriate, asking for an appropriation. In this case, the money was there, and there was the need to come up with the plan to use that money.
Yeah, Todd Bland, we had to set aside the money because of the rules, and EDD's here if I don't quite get this right. Essentially, the READ Act funds would have gone into the benefit payment stream, and we never would have had them available if we didn't essentially. Encumber is probably not the right word, but we really, literally, I think we allocated them to what was then called the Health and Welfare Data Center. Now it's called the Office of Systems Integration, to sort of get the money set aside. Then the planning process came later. But you are correct. It was a 3-year process between the time they did the FSR and the first special project, which is a long time.
Amazing.
But I mean, is that normal? Is that par for the course? It takes 3 years from the time the legislature appropriates money to the time.
I would say it's on the lengthier side, but there are examples
on the
of
lengthier
others.
side. How much? I mean, if we're part of the problem, we have to fix that part. We have to fix what we can fix, if it's possible. So, how much on the lengthy side?
Well, in this case, I don't believe the legislature was an obstacle to this at all. This was sort of, again, the planning process that should have really taken place before, in general, a fund would have been appropriated.
Okay, the CCNPAU project?
Yes.
How long had the problem existed up to the point where EDD actually got money?
The problem, do you mean that they weren't interconnected?
The upgrade. The need.
I think there was essentially, they were not planned to be networked. The adjudication centers were not necessarily planned to be networked with the call centers. And so when I say call centers here, I'm referring to both.
But how long had the need existed prior to getting the money?
You may need EDD later. This even predates I want to say we moved to the call centers in the early and mid 90s.
I think let's
They're
have
nodding.
EDD
and then I
respond
think
to
at
that.
some point, then yes, there was some feeling that like, okay, they're not as efficient, they're not as networked and working together as well. I don't know when EDD
Right. It may have
realized
been
that.
when volumes went up and the capacity for taking in these calls was just blocked. I mean, we saw that last year. I don't believe that EDD had been receiving this kind of volume before, and so the call center as it was set up was not set up for this capacity.
Yeah, but there's a claims delay that preceded, even the last recession.
Right, and are you referring to now the CCR
Yeah.
project? Yes. So initial claims can be, people can apply for them online. And again, we heard that's just really the front end. There's somebody on the back end who's doing the manual process. The CCR will automate the recertification of that.
All right.
Okay.
Keep going.
So if you continue on to page 2, you'll see that, again, there was a change in the project. So SPR 2 was submitted now in August 2007. There was a change in procurement strategy. SPR 1 said, okay, we're going to merge the two projects. We're going to have one procurement. Now the proposal was actually to break it apart into two procurements.
Back to two.
Well, it's a single project, but now they decided they needed to have two vendors. And in part, I just want to explain that CalNet 2 was available now at this time. And CalNet 2 is a procurement vehicle by which the state has contracts with both AT&T and Verizon to provide telecommunication services. At the time of SPR 1, that was, I believe CalNet 1 was expiring, and there was no way they could have utilized that vehicle for procuring a vendor. So now that it was available, I believe that the insight was, let's use this vehicle. The state already has contracts with these two companies. So they were going to use the CalNet 2 vehicle for the call center network project and remain using the traditional request for proposal procurement for the larger project CCR. So that was the major change. And again, we're going to see changes to cost because it's a different plan. A total of $126 million now, and the project was further delayed by another 9 months at this point. So you can see the breakdown per project under the.
And in the meantime, do we lose any of that initial federal REDAC money?
No, that REDAC money.
We
has
still
not,
have that federal money?
Still have that federal money. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that part's good.
Yes.
Though the value of the money is lower now because of inflation and other things, but.
Mm-hmm. So now SPR 3 was.
Do you see anything in this process that would have? And I'm asking just your professional. I want to use your professional eye and your experience.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see anything in this process that suggests intentional delay?
I don't see that. I mean, I think that there were probably some mistakes that were made, misjudgments at the time, some opportunities that were missed, but I don't see anything intentional or deliberate in terms of these delays. And I just want to note, too, for the SPR 3, and just in general, having multiple SPRs and changes to projects, I have seen across different departments, across agencies, this kind of change to the original plan is not unusual. Some of these procurements, changing, going back and forth, may be a little unusual, but in terms of the quantity of reports that come up.
Well, the number's one thing, but, I mean, we're now in a 6-year delay.
That's the time.
Right. And that's partly why I want to go over the history so you understand some of the issues behind it. But SPR 3 came, and this was not a surprise because this basically, and this was more recent, this was submitted September 2009, this basically updates costs now that we have our vendors on board. So there were no changes to scope or the plan to go forward with either project. It was now we have vendors, and now we know more accurately.
It took us 6 years to get the vendors on board.
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
So now that we have the vendors on board, they have offered their proposed solution. They have offered their cost. These are the hardware, software, staff that they will require from the state side and vendor side. So these costs for both projects at this point should be pretty solid. Although, again, as with all IT, that may change over time. And probably though in smaller increments than what we've seen. So taking us, just in summary, total costs have gone from the original $96 million to $159 million, and that includes all costs, so one-time costs as well as continuing costs to maintain the system out into, I believe, 12/13. The prior schedule went from November 2006 to January 2011 timeframe for the call center network, and June 2008 to May 2012 for the CCR project. So both are about over 4 years delayed in terms of the original.
Yeah, it's just bad timing in history, because had this stuff been done reasonably on time, we could have been able to handle this major workload increase given the recession. Now this may be done after we're largely out of the supposedly we're out of the recession, but out of the period of the high unemployment claims. Amazing. Let us hope.
Right. Do you have further questions on the UI modernization project?
Are there any other projects that they're working on, or
there are,
just
and
these two?
I will continue on to the next.
Okay, so specifically then on these two members, Assemblymember Ramboulin?
Given that we have seen cost overruns, are we at the end of this, or can we? Do you expect additional cost overruns to occur?
As I said, the SPR3 updates cost based on the most accurate numbers we could possibly have, and these are from vendors who will be implementing the work. There are always unforeseen things that come up that may be more costly or may lead to delays, which generally lead to increased costs. But for the UI modernization projects, I feel that the costs that we have now are, first of all, they're as accurate as we've ever had, and probably unlikely to change dramatically.
Now, in some bidding, if there is a cost overrun, the vendor will absorb that cost. In these contracts, as I understand, the risk of cost overruns is borne entirely by the state.
Right. Generally, with cost overruns and delays, the state will end up paying for those costs. I think some of the projects you're referring to may be FTB related, where there is some accountability on the vendor side when projects are actually collecting revenues. So because the state has some flexibility in paying out through these revenues, then the vendor does take on some responsibility for payment.
So we bear the risk.
Well, I'll let Erica disagree with me if I don't quite get it here. I think it depends on how strong the requirements in the contract was written. I mean, if something was a responsibility, something the state wanted, and there was a bid to do it, then indeed a change order, we might say, no, that's a vendor responsibility. But oftentimes it falls back on the state because maybe our requirement wasn't specified clearly enough, or we weren't clear enough, and the vendor says, gee, that isn't how I scoped it. Is that fair?
That's true. There are requirements that are written out, spelled out in the RFP, and then in the contract there are responsibilities for who is responsible for what kind of work. So if it were obvious that it was a vendor's responsibility, then they would then be responsible for that payment.
Now, when there is a cost overrun, who pays for that? Does it come out of the funds that the state gets to administer the unemployment insurance fund, if it goes beyond whatever amount was initially allocated?
I'm not sure how the funding works for that.
Well, it would depend. I mean, the administration would look at its budget, and they could either redirect or seek additional resources. Most system, This is a case where we have a lot of federal money. The money is sort of flows. The admin money flows from the federal government here. So I'm not sure what the pattern has been here, but essentially there's always sort of a choice in any sort of cost overrun situation anywhere. Are you going to ask for additional funds, or are you going to try to redirect?
And my point in asking this, Mr. Chairman, is that given that there are unanticipated costs, that they either get paid out of general fund monies for the state, which we don't have, or they get taken out of the administrative cost that the federal government gives us to run the unemployment insurance program. So if we're short tens of millions of dollars, we either pay for it out of general fund, or it comes out of the very monies that would put people out on the streets to accelerate the processing of these claims. So either way, it's a lose-lose situation, I think, for California.
Good observation. Assemblymember Calderon?
Well, following along the thinking raised by Mr. Rambula, the new price tag is $159 million. The funding for it takes in the $66 million in READ Act funds, and then $14 million in Recovery Act funds, and then $79 million comes out of the UI fund, which is federal dollars available for administration. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, can you give me a ballpark figure? How many personnel years could be purchased for $79 million? Or is that a rhetorical question?
We'll treat it as rhetorical if you let us. I mean, a full-time staff
being, there's
equivalent is-
$79 million that could be used to hire more hands, more intelligent intermediaries, to use the term that's been previously used, that's now going to a system that's taken 6 years to conceive and ultimately get shovel ready.
Right. I think, as I look at the project, the cost increase, although we're not thrilled to see it go up almost, I guess, like 60, 70. Yeah. That's not so unusual amongst IT projects. What the time, I think, is
more unusual.
Is unusual, the delay. But you're all exactly, and I think all departments face this issue of sort of investments in automation versus investments in in paying their staff and the continuing workload that they have. And I think that's what this whole hearing's essentially about, is, was the right balance struck here.
And let's look now at the future projects. I know on page 4 there's a whole new set of other projects and resources from the federal ERA dollars.
Right. So there are 7 our projects that EDD has taken on currently, and just to give you background, our provided states additional UI administration dollars, and they could use that towards UI modernization for their IT systems. California's share was $60 million, so not quite as much as the READ Act, but about the same. EDD planned to take advantage of these dollars to begin several projects that they had conceived in the past. They were actually part of their 2008 capital plan, so something that they had already thinking about. This is not necessarily a spur-of-the-moment kinds of projects. Our projects are estimated to take about 2 years. These tend to be smaller projects, and will cost, currently the cost is $80 million for these projects. Now, I'll begin with the single client.
But this comes out of the state's disability fund? What's
I believe disability insurance, right? I believe there are ARA funds and DI funds in this.
Why are we using disability insurance funds?
I mean, that's what it says.
I believe that the department will have to speak to that.
Okay.
Just
some of the computer systems serve DI.
Some of these projects will actually serve both UI and DI programs.
I see.
Thank you.
I see.
The first project I want to mention is the single client database modernization, and everyone has been talking about the old legacy system, the old database. Well, this is it. This is the one that really needs to change. It's outdated and it's not very flexible. So we saw with the extensions, the federal UI extensions, the difficulties the department was having to kind of rig the system to basically pump out these checks is due in part to the inflexibility of the database. That will cost about that's estimated to cost about $40 million. The alternative base period, or ABP, would implement programming changes to provide UI claims to individuals who currently are not eligible under the current base period. ABX3 requires that ABP implementation be done by April 2011. And I just want to point out that ABP implementation is contingent upon the SEDB modernization taking place. So SEDB is a necessary precursor to ABP implementation.
And so are we on track to do those two things?
The single client database SEDB project right now is currently experiencing significant delay due in part to the 4 federal extensions and all the work that has been required on that.
What's the consequence if we don't do these things by April 2011?
There is actually a bit of a buffer here. In state statute, we have the April 2011 deadline, but I believe the federal deadline is the end of August 2011. So there are several months more buffer, though not much. So
that's not much. If we don't meet it by that other date, then what's the consequence?
I believe we would jeopardize the $840 million in federal funds that could come. But again, EDD could probably speak a little bit more to that. I believe I got the dates correct, but they can confirm that.
Okay.
Are there any more questions on those two projects?
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I think. Go ahead.
I'm interested in this commingling of UI and DI funds. For instance, the single client database modernization, although I understand would serve DI purposes, the bulk of the caseload would be coming from unemployment insurance claims in terms of its value. What is the law in terms of the commingling of these two funds?
The law?
Yes. As you understand it, because I don't know it.
We're not the lawyers. I think.
But you know how these programs work,
right? I'm guessing there was a cost allocation. There should have been a cost allocation model. Normally, they would look at like you said, number of beneficiaries. Although maybe that doesn't translate exactly into workload and how the systems would work. But there should have been something like that.
And EDD is nodding yes on that.
But can EDD just make the decision administratively about when they want to raid the DI fund?
No, they should only be able to spend DI funds for purposes of the DI program, including an automation system in support of the DI program. But
their judgment is that they've decided that this single client database will benefit both, and I assume they would argue.
We agree with that.
I'm assuming they would argue would benefit both funds equally.
I don't know. I don't know the dollar breakdown between the two funds. I don't know. Well, I can figure it out.
I think the department would really.
They can probably better answer, but in theory, there should. It's like you said. There should be a cost allocation based on the workload, based on the number of claims or claimants. Whatever is a reasonable allocation of that. That should be how you would decide.
I am interested in what the law is on that, because these should be two entirely different funds. Mm-hmm. They have different purposes.
They do. You're right.
So following, there are 4 what EDD calls e-government projects that are part of the 7, and I won't go into detail on them, but they're electronic benefit payments, identity management, continued claims certification web, and the e-apply for UI modernization. We've heard a couple of the prior speakers talk about some of the issues surrounding these, and these projects will help address some of the more manual, laborious processes that currently the department is under, and build an infrastructure to help modernize some of the UI services that are available. So unless you had any specific questions, I'll just go on to the final project.
So there's 2 projects that EDD's been working on for a while, and you've laid out, I think, a total of 7 new projects.
Right, there's one more, but yes.
Okay, so
right.
it's one more, including
UI forms
one on the last page.
Which is really just a scanning.
So I would think, though, based on the history, one has to wonder whether EDD can finish any of the 9. So under that theory, does the LAO have any other thoughts on how else we can have these projects be brought about in a timely and cost-effective manner?
I think with all departments that have such large IT portfolios, and there are others that have similar numbers, the concern that we always have are the resource constraints. So how are staff being utilized across projects, and should something like, for example, these federal extensions come up, what would be the impact on projects should there be resource shifts? And we've seen that in the past, because of these federal extensions, staff have been shifted from both the UI modernization projects and the ARA projects, including the single client database, to work on the old legacy system to make sure that
but
these
staff within the EDD, or they've been shifted from where?
The initial plan was that there would be dedicated staff on each of these projects working specifically on these projects. That plan has been difficult to maintain because of these outside pressures, the federal extensions. So yes, these are EDD workers that are currently, they're IT staff that were dedicated to a particular project that had to be, some of them had to be pulled in order to address the federal extensions.
So I guess, again, my question, though, is there really is no confidence in EDD carrying out the two, maybe these additional 7. What other ways might there be for these projects to be implemented? I mean, is it maybe having the state's new chief information technology officer take over the implementation of these projects, or is another option federal trusteeship? Then maybe they could do it. Again, I think we're seeing that 2 projects haven't been done to date, and they're now responsible for another 7, so they got 9 projects. The need is now we have hundreds of millions of dollars in federal dollars at risk. And then maybe today you don't have a thought for other options for the legislature, but again, we're seeing that real people are being harmed in the process. We're continuing to see cost overruns, and again, no delivery. And so there might be some other ways that these projects can be implemented.
I just want to add. I think hearings like the one you're having here today and legislative direction actually help EDD. When clearly when the legislature enacted the alternative base period legislation, that became a priority for EDD. And as they looked at resources and what they were going to do, and the sort of the ordering of the projects, like what are we going to need to do to get that done? And in fact, they then sought certain waivers of certain kinds of review processes, went into a quarterly.
I mean, I appreciate what you're saying in terms of legislative direction, and this is an oversight hearing, but things like updating a very old COBOL system, you don't need legislative direction for that, or the
that's right.
2 projects that they've been working on for 6 years. There's no question about the need for that. It's just about getting the job done. And I think you're hearing just today just a lot of frustration of if they can't do it, and I didn't know that they had this much more on their plate, that we ought to look at how else we can get these things implemented.
And if the legislature is going to direct on a regular basis, then why do we need
a department?
Why do we need administration? I mean, we can get people who can simply listen to what the legislature says. I don't think the legislature can do a worse job, although probably they can. But we probably can't get much worse. And that's just a rhetorical. That's right. I'm not asking.
And I think at this point too, we're probably now ready to have EDD come up. We've all have heard a lot, and I know for EDD, and again, we don't have a director at EDD, so the chief deputy director that we do have coming up, Pam Harris, and additionally we have Gregory Riggs, deputy director, and also deputy director Talbot Smith. I know that there's, and actually, and Dale Jablonski, the chief information officer. I know you didn't create all these problems. I know a lot of these things you probably inherited. We've heard a lot today. We would appreciate you responding as much as possible to the variety of concerns that were raised. Other things, we may follow up and request responses in writing, but, do thank you for listening through this long hearing and welcome your responses. Welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, committee members, my name is Pam Harris. I'm the Chief Deputy Director of EDD. I've been in my position since April of 2007. I want to introduce the other panel members that are up here today as well. On my right is Talbot Smith. Talbot Smith is the Deputy Director of the Unemployment Insurance Branch. Talbot was appointed in November of 2009. He brings about 20 years of unemployment experience, 20 years plus, and certainly a mindset of change and a mindset of we're open to new ideas and we're trying new things and we want to do what we do better. On my left is Dale Jablonski. Dale is our CIO, our Deputy Director for our Information Technology Branch. Dale has been with the department over 20 years. He has programmatic experience in tax as well as extensive experience in unemployment insurance. In information technology.
In the Cobalt system.
Pardon me?
In the Cobalt system.
Oh, definitely. He actually programmed in Cobalt. And then we have Gregory Riggs. He's our Deputy Director of our Policy, Accountability, and Compliance Branch, which includes our Legislative Affairs Office. So he's our liaison with the legislature.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Gregory Riggs.
Gregory Riggs.
Mm-hmm. And then Laura Anderson is our Deputy of Administration Branch. Of all the deputies that you see up here in front of you today, I think Dale has got the longest longevity here in the department. I believe he was appointed in about 2006. So we are new, relatively new. We definitely have an attitude that change is due in this department. We are not largely responsible for the 20 years of inaction in upgrading technology. But we certainly are very much in support of, and I have actively pushed my executive team. I've worked actively with the Office of the CIO, the State CIO, Terry Takai, and her staff, with Department of Finance, with Department of General Services, to really do what's necessary to get our technology upgrades on the plate and move those forward as quickly as possible. One of the things I do want to address, sort of before I get into the contextual information that I want to provide for this hearing, is I do want to just address the furloughs very quickly. I just want to be clear, we've heard a lot about furloughs. We've heard a lot about furloughs and the impact on the work and the workload and the staff. And just understand that we don't set the policy for the furloughs.
Who does set the policy for the furloughs?
Who sets the policy for the furloughs is the governor's office and the Department of Personnel Administration. So what we do is we take the guidelines and the requirements as they set them out, and we interpret how we can make that work for the department in a way that allows us to get our business done in
And
the
do you
most
think
effective
that's
manner.
been working?
I think it's been working, as well as we're able to work within the parameters that we have.
Have you made recommendations to the governor to stop the furlough policy or modify it in
Well, we
some
certainly
drastic
have asked
fashion?
for exemptions from taking furlough days and those kinds of things.
Well, did you testify before a personnel board when they were developing guidelines as to what would work
No.
under your experience or what would not work?
Actually, I think it's DPA, not the personnel
Okay,
board.
whatever it is. So you just basically
no,
did
they did not engage us in any.
so you did
conversation on that.
as you were told.
Right.
Assemblywoman?
I'd like to see the information where you have presented your case on why you should have been exempted from furlough
Yeah.
as a follow-up.
Okay, sure.
Thank you, Ms.
We
Torres.
can,
Yeah.
we do have some request memos and so forth.
Very good.
Happy to provide those. Okay, in your invitation, in your invitation letter to me, you indicated that the purpose of this hearing was to look at California's unemployment insurance system and answer the question: is the state's administration of the program serving the needs of California's unemployed? Well, certainly California's unemployed is a vast and a varied population, and that's very clear. I think we've heard a lot of testimony by the prior panelists today. We know about the concerns, we understand the concerns, and we actually have been working with all of the panelists, the organizations that were up here today, to try to help to identify and come up with solutions that work to really get services for our customers that are, for some reason, getting sideways with us and not getting the best service that they should get. So the issues and the concerns that were voiced are not new to us, as I've mentioned, and our hardworking and dedicated UI staff that have been on the front lines of this program 6 days a week for over 2 years now, they deal on a day-to-day basis with the claimants in order to facilitate claimants' access to these benefits. So I think we, as well as anybody, are aware of some of the
Let's let her finish
hardships.
with her statement, and then we'll ask.
I can go ahead and take a question.
No, let's
Okay,
continue.
okay.
Let's continue.
So anyway, what I want to do is just address sort of the context in which we're working today. 2009 has been an unprecedented year for the state of California. And with job losses at record rates and unemployment levels in the state at levels that we haven't experienced since the 1940s, that's a pretty daunting environment that we work in. Clearly, the UI workload that has resulted from these record job losses is unprecedented in our 70-year history. Without a doubt, this has presented us with many challenges for us and for our customers that we serve. I assure you that in the past 2 years in this department, it has not been business as usual. The governor recognized the criticality of the UI program very early on, and recognized that this program is critical to the millions of Californians that are out of work, that struggle to pay the rent, to put food on the table, to pay for gas. So the governor last spring issued an emergency proclamation, which I'm not sure he's ever done anything quite similar to this. Issued an emergency proclamation for the unemployment for unemployed Californians. And what he did in the proclamation is he directed all state agencies to put forward every effort possible to help EDD to meet the challenges of meeting the needs of the unemployed in California, and also to help us to move forward in our much needed technology improvement projects that we are undertaking. So we have received extraordinary cooperation, and I think that'll be pretty apparent when our IT deputy, Mr. Jablonski, covers some of the short-term projects that we actually were funded for last spring, and we have made great progress forward in trying to get those implemented, which kind of gets at your question, Mr. Chairman, about is EDD able to actually pull this off? And we'll cover that. But we have had excellent cooperation, I have to say, since the proclamation from the Department of General Services, who plays a key role in procurements in the state, from the State Office of the CIO, Terry Takai's office, from Department of Finance, from Labor and Workforce Development Agency, and also from DPA. As a department, in addition to reaching outside to help us support our efforts, is we have also looked across our own organization and put into place some new service options, many new service options. We've utilized technology to expedite service in ways that ease the effort on the part of our customers. We've expanded our facilities, and we have hired actually over 2,500 staff in the department, which gets at Mr. Arambula, some of his questions around authorization for staffing. About 1,500 of those in the UI program. Of course, with attrition and other things, we have a net gain, I believe, of about 1,100 people, but we do have 1,100 additional people on the front lines answering those phones and processing those claims. Have we been challenged? Absolutely, we've been challenged. We've been challenged like we have never been challenged in our history in the past. Do we have customers that suffer hardships and difficulty in reaching us? Yes, we do, and we've heard about some of those today. And we deal with those on a daily basis. I personally deal with those. Claimants email me. I know some of the other deputies here, all of our program staff that serve on our front lines deal with these problems every day. Excuse me. Can we do better? Yes, we can do better. Can we do it alone? The answer there is no, we can't do it alone. And we've heard testimony today from the California Workforce Association. We've heard testimony from representatives of our local workforce investment boards, which are our partners in delivering services to unemployed individuals across the state. We've heard from the Labor Federation. We need help from all of those people who have the same constituents that we have. And when I hear that, well, people are dropping out of training, I don't want people. We want to help people get back to work. We realize people have to upgrade their skills. I never turn down a request for help. Greg, anyone here at this table, our UI program division chiefs, send me a note. Tell me we have 5 trainees in a program that we need to be able to vet quickly to qualify for unemployment. We're here to do that. It doesn't, it doesn't get the problem solved to wait 9 months and bring it to this hearing. So these are real problems that I would like to solve as they arise.
And in fairness to them, there's been 10 years of statistics of delays, people not getting their claims on time,
talk about
a number of things.
That's
so
a different
I don't think anyone's waited 9 months to alert you
I'm talking
to
about
some of
the
these
training
problems.
benefits. I'm talking about.
This is the first time you heard about problems with the training benefits?
No, we've been dealing with California Workforce Association and actually a local board who raised this issue back in, I want to say, October.
Well, that's my point before.
Right away.
My point is, no one waited 9 months to tell you it's a problem. You've known about it.
No,
it hasn't been addressed.
Since they have brought it to us, we have worked with them. We had a
we
partnership.
want you to fix it. And some of these things, there's been 10 years. There's been 10 years of progress, but progress is not enough. We need results. And then I'll let you continue. And then I know you mentioned you were going to have someone talk about your modernization projects.
I agree with you. We need results. My point is, we can't do it alone.
I think you can. You should be empowered. And unfortunately, right now, there's not a director in your department, but that's your job and your department's job to get the job done. On some things, and this is where Assemblymember Calderon said, if there are additional laws or anything you need from the legislature, fine. But it's my sense you have the resources there. There's state and federal law. You've seen that other states are doing these things. You can do a lot of these things on your own as a department. If you do need some help, and that's what this is about too, let's figure out what we can do to help you. But we think you already have a lot of authority to get these things done. And some of these projects, particularly modernization projects, they got started in 2003. You've had a scope. You have vendors. Get it done.
I, as much as anyone in this room, had wished that these projects had been implemented by 2006, because it would have made a difference to our clients.
Absolutely.
It would have made a difference, because what it does is it takes out the delays that we experience with the paper process that we've had for 40 years, 50 years, and we still have.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think the legislature can do to have you accomplish these projects?
Okay, there's a couple of things.
Or can you do them on your own?
In response to that question, a few things I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
One, let me find my notes. We definitely need your support to help us to get the approval for funding for IT projects. We welcome.
But isn't that in the budget already, though?
Some of it is. Some of it's still coming up here.
Okay,
for the shorter term
so
projects.
So you have some pending,
right?
Some pending budgetary.
Right,
okay.
And those will be heard in budgets.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And then the other thing is. Is to continue to work with us. Share with us, and we've been working. We've visited many members' offices in the last month. Greg and I continue to do that. We need to hear from you.
But that's the general thing, and you're hearing from us. But it sounds like the only thing you need is help with upcoming, pending budget IT projects. But a lot of everything else you can handle.
Pretty much we can handle.
Okay.
Right.
Why don't we have somebody talk about the IT projects and where we're at with the initial 2 projects that you've been working on, since 2003, as well as how we're doing on the other 7 projects that you're working on.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Dale Jablonski, and I'm the CIO for the Employment Development Department. And the 2 previous projects, both the call center and the continued claims, are now moving. The call center project, because we went to the CalNet 2 contract as an expedited vehicle for doing the purchase. Verizon did sign up in July of 2008, and right now we are in system testing. We plan on starting converting our call centers in May of this year. So that project is well underway, and when you get to the testing phase, you could actually see the The scope is there. You can see all the functionalities there. We still have a lot of corrections to make to the system. It's a very, very complicated system, but we believe that we will start converting our call centers beginning in May. There's 15 or 16 to do now, so we'll probably be doing one a month, and it's still scheduled to complete towards the beginning of 2011.
Okay.
As for the other project, the continued claims redesign, we do not have a vendor yet for that. We just got the Section 11 approved a couple weeks ago. We're now in the final stages between the Department of General Services and the vendor. I believe the vendor got the contract early this week. They need a little bit of time for their lawyers to review it, and then I believe the last stage will go back to GGS for final signature, assuming that the lawyers of the vendor do not substantially change it. So that'll close out the procurement from the 2003 READ Act money at that point, and both projects will be fully engaged at that time. From a performance standpoint, we are managing the Verizon vendor very, very well. We are using Office of Systems Integration on both of these projects, like Todd had mentioned. In order to protect the money from being used as benefits, we do have to make some unprecedented moves, and that brought in OSI at that point to help us co-manage that project.
No, just to go back a little bit, I think you mentioned with the call center project that's going to be done approximately in May.
We will start our first conversion in May. And
when
then,
will it finish?
There's 16 call centers to do, one a month. I believe that puts us out about 16 more months after May. So somewhere around May or April of 11. I believe we're going to accelerate some of that.
April 11?
I think in the LAO they showed it as being 11 as being done, and we're on schedule for that, yeah.
And the new system that's being rolled out, is it to your expectation?
So far in test, it is.
Mm-hmm. And what
we still
about
have a lot of testing to do, another 2 months of testing.
And then the second project, you didn't mention a timeline on that, the one that you're finalizing the vendor?
Yes. If you look at the vendor's timeline, it's roughly about a 3-year project.
3 years?
3 years, yes. It's a major redesign of our legacy system. If you look at what took so long to make the payments of the latest federal extension in December, it was the payment system. The payment system is very fractured, very old. There's business logic intermingled with all kinds of other logic, and it's very tough to pull out the exact payment logic you need whenever a federal extension comes along. And this will get all redesigned by the new project.
And there was through an open competition, it wasn't a sole source?
It was an open competition on both of these.
Okay.
Okay. So that kind of closes out the view of the 2 original projects. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about the 7 projects that were funded via the April stimulus money we got from ARRA. So as the LAO suggested, there was 2 projects that were pre-approved in August by the legislature. Within days after that approval by the legislature, we had 6 contracts in place. All the vendors are on board. There's 30 vendors helping us with this conversion, as well as implementing the enhanced eligibility rules associated with ABP. However, in October, when it became apparent that the federal legislation was going to get signed by the Obama administration, we did redirect probably 80% of those staff to quickly implement the rules under the new federal extension. So since then, we've redirected about half of those people back, but there's still more work on the federal extension. When the legislature asked us how confident we were on both the SCDB conversion and the alternative base period projects, we said we were very confident unless a 4th federal extension came along. And that 4th federal extension did come along, and now in our next legislative report to you, we're going to propose at least a 6 to 8 month movement of that implementation date because of that federal extension.
But won't that impact our stimulus dollars as well as some of our other obligations with the Fed?
No, the actual drop dead date of applying for the stimulus money is August of 2012. So we still have a little bit more cushion than just the 3 months that were mentioned.
Now, I think there was the very first speaker had said that if we hadn't been doing this furlough program and overtime program, that the state could hire, EDD could hire about another 338, personnel years. Wouldn't that be helpful with these projects so you don't have to shift people back and forth and be delayed for months?
For IT projects, you need both expert users as well as you need well-qualified IT people to pull that off. Certainly, we've talked about the UI hiring, and as Pam just stated, the net gain is 1,100 new UI staff, even when you count the extra attrition that has occurred. In IT, we've added over 200 IT staff. But when you look at the contracts that are being let for not only the original UI projects, but all the stimulus projects, we expect to have about 150 vendors help us out on all of these UI projects also. So the net gain of staffing, when you count both the IT staff and the vendor staff, is close to 500. So it's a very aggressive attempt to not just say we're going to do this, but to actually implement all this stuff. And like I said, once the legislature approved the first round of stimulus stuff, we had 5 contracts executed that week. And the vendors all came on board, and they are aggressively helping us. Now, what's also a big positive is that we have shrunk our COBOL staff over the years, not because we wanted to, but because they retired and because there's no training programs that exist to keep COBOL people at the ready. The state, EDD, is still the only state agency that runs an internal COBOL apprenticeship program. And that's something that we kept on going just out of bare necessity. We did bring in a vendor who brought in about 15 COBOL resources at the beginning of the stimulus project in June. And those 15 people are now able to take on increasingly difficult workload, because even though they came with COBOL skills, they did not understand our UI system. And now they do. They've been there for 6-7 months, and they're very, very good at it. So we are getting some relief. They helped us during the stimulus, not only for the stimulus project, but they're helping us for the extension also. And we may have to do more of that as an interim measure to keep the lights on our COBOL system due to all of the retiring workforce. But in our benefit system alone, we've gone from 80 COBOL resources to 10. So,
and I just open up to general questions, and I'll start first on the issue of leadership. I'm very disappointed that the governor has not appointed somebody as a director. Maybe there's somebody here at the table that may be appointed as a director, but I think it does not show well that there's not a director, because it shows that there's a lack of attention and interest by the administration if you don't hire a director. Do you anticipate this governor hiring a director in the remainder of his tenure?
I actually don't know.
Have you asked somebody in the administration, the governor himself, or somebody there? I would request that you at least ask the question whether they're going to fill the spot. Typically people like to know whether they have a boss, somebody to work with, and particularly when you have so many challenges before you as you're looking for people to help. And usually a good person to help is your own boss. So thank you for that. On the issue of the next extension, this last extension, we got complaints, numerous up and down the state. People got their checks many weeks late in many cases. Are we ready for the next extension? Are there going to be any delays?
When they signed legislation for the last extension, they actually signed up for 3 different parts. And the first part was due immediately upon signing, so early November, and we paid in December, about mid-December. The other parts were due in January, and we had those parts implemented timely, so there were no delays. And if you look at the 5 extensions that we've had to implement in the last year and a half, we were only late on that one in December, so we were 4 out of 5. And that was the most difficult logic for the feds.
But for this next one, you have advance notice. Are we ready and able to do that without a hitch?
It would be an
automatic qualification?
It would be
The
a
date,
date,
yes.
a date change.
The date changes we're working on now, and we anticipate.
Are we going to be
having
able to have
those-
automatic qualification for those that are eligible?
Yes, we've had the automatic qualification, I believe, since the second extension.
Yes.
Yeah. Last January.
Well, what about one of the speakers earlier mentioned individuals that are Spanish speakers or Spanish surnames? There's a whole host of problems and pitfalls that they have to deal with. What are we doing to be more responsive with those individuals?
We have a number of things that we have done. One of the things that I'd like to point out is between 2008 and 2009, the number of individuals that went into this identification verification process actually dropped 16% at a time when we had an 80% increase in initial claims. So fewer people are going through the process now because we have the ability to validate identity by verifying Social Security number with the Social Security Administration and by verifying driver's licenses with DMV to ensure that the people that we are filing claims for are who they say they are. We use our existing records, our base wage files, and we have changed the rules, changed the requirements.
Right. Is that though where the lady mentioned though that you kind of do have a fix, but the new manuals don't incorporate that, and so?
And actually, that's incorrect. Our current training is based upon our revised process for verifying people's identity. We did issue a UI program notice that changed the process, and we have incorporated that into the training. The fact that the UI program notice has expired doesn't change the fact that we revised the process. And I verified while I was sitting here that our current training is in line with.
Well, I don't think there's a question about the training. It's the manual.
Our manual needs to be updated.
Okay.
But the current materials by which people are being trained and that UI program notice, although the expiration
I think on that there's not a question, but you should update the manual so that individuals that they get these calls can have it in the authorized document.
Well, they have the program notice that's also as binding on them as our UI manual is.
Then the issue of alternative schedules and maybe longer hours so people could call in, before your regular work day and after your work day. What's your thought on why we're not doing that to be more responsive? Many call centers, I know I used to work for the Orange County Transportation Authority, and when we knew that there were going to be peak increases in calls, that was one of the first things we always did was to make it easier, especially if there's delays, that we allow people to call in earlier or later.
So let me talk a little bit about our expanded services to EDD customers because it's more than just call center hours, and I think it's important to understand.
I'm interested, though, in your position on allowing people to call in to the call centers before what are your current hours? Just to
Our current call center hours are 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.
8 to 6.
Yeah,
so
we expanded. We keep the call centers open until 6 o'clock now. The hours that we can work staff, Mr. Eisenberg talked about, can we work another shift, are constrained by our existing automated systems. We have major batch processes that have to run at night to create the checks, to create the notices that have to go out to people, and so our current automated system is up from 6:30 in the morning until 6 at night. And we currently offer people the opportunity to work from 6:30 in the morning until 6 o'clock at night.
So what would be the impediments of starting at 7 a.m. and taking calls then and maybe going from 6 to 7 in the evening?
One of the things that we have to constantly balance is our workload comes from a lot of places other than telephone calls. 60% of our initial claims are filed through the eApply for UI online system, and we can file probably 3 or 4 of those with somebody sitting and processing, and they're not rekeying everything that's on the eApply application. All they're doing is looking at it, verifying it, and sending it through to the mainframe. So it is much faster for us to process eApply applications than it is for us to take a claim on the phone. We understand there are people that we need to talk to on the phone. But our goal is to help as many people as we can. So we use some of the before hours and after hours times to help us process those e-apply applications because we're able to serve more people. We are working overtime, voluntary overtime. We use the trained staff to work the voluntary overtime because they're the most productive. And yes, we have worked lots of overtime. For the year of 2009, we worked over 970,000 hours of voluntary overtime. That's our dedicated EDD employees that want to help the people who they know need their help, volunteering to work on their own time and come in and help these employees.
And if they want to use a furlough day, does that count towards their vacation?
Well, the governor's executive order says that if somebody takes time off work, that furlough leave has to be used if there's furlough leave on the books. And so it's the executive order that drives the need, the requirement for staff to use furlough leave if they want to take time off work other than sick leave.
You think that's fair?
I don't want to comment on that.
Well, no, you have to. You're running the ship. All of you are running the ship. And you have, I'm sorry, Mr.
No, please continue.
I mean, all of you are running the ship. And it troubles me to hear from Ms. Harris, for instance, that only the Department of Personnel administration sets furlough, and we just do as we're told. We heard that a lot during World War II. It's your responsibility. You're going to be here longer than the governor. And with the exception of you, Mr. Talbot, the rest of you have been here long enough to be held accountable. Certainly as long as President Obama, and we hold him accountable in less than 2 years. And quite frankly, if you were in the private sector, you would be fired. Now, I need to know what you're going to do from administrative level. You say, well, you talk about our hard-working people. But you heard some of them testify today. Have you talked to them about these issues?
I've heard the issues that they brought up today.
And this is the first time you've heard it?
No, we've had members come to us. We've had meetings with the union about various issues having to do with work at EDD. So we have ongoing conversations at various levels with SEIU and in an attempt to address some of their concerns.
Well, what are you going to do to address their? I mean, obviously you haven't, because they're here testifying before an oversight committee that they're putting in. You said it yourself. Our good, loyal employees are putting in the time because they want to help people who need their help. And yet you're saying, well, but the executive order says, and I assume by your saying that, you're taking a very strict interpretation of the words. Our executive order says that if they were to take any time off, it must be furlough days. Any time off must be furlough days. So by definition, that eliminates vacation time that they've accumulated. Doesn't that concern you about your loyal employees? And shouldn't you go talk to the governor or the Department of Personnel Administration? Shouldn't you come before a legislative committee like today and ask us for our help? You haven't. You said all we want more money. Give us the funding.
Not even more money, just approval of what they're asking.
Right. Just give us, but give us funding. Give you funding for what? So you can continue to waste it? You haven't. I've listened, and I've been trying to listen, understanding state government, democracies work different than totalitarian systems, and I'm very tolerant about how state works. But I've been looking for a reason to not have a press conference calling for your resignation. All of you. I've been asking. I want to know why you think that would be a mistake. Convince me that you know what you're doing, because it does not appear. I mean, certainly in terms of the IT system, Mr. Jablonski, you've been here for 20 years. I mean, if it's not, and I'm actually not looking to place blame, although you can identify the problem without that issue being raised. I'm looking for results. And you're here testifying, saying that you've been doing a lot of things, and the people who work for you are coming over here and saying, no, it's not being done. So, I was going to ask questions, but they were really all aimed at that end result. And I guess the fundamental question is, your employees are unhappy. You take too long to approve programs that are vital to the administration of your job. And you have plans in effect that when they come into effect, will come into effect probably near the end or after the recession. Is ended. So, why shouldn't we call for a new administration?
If I may, can I just speak to one thing? Is the question is this program serving the people it's intended to serve? If I just may quickly summarize. As I mentioned, this recession has hit unprecedented numbers of people, and they have lost their jobs. But also, let me just let you know that in 2009, this last year, EDD processed 6.4 million claims for UI benefits in California. That is a 155% increase in the number of claims filed in the previous year.
And did the worst job of just about every other state in the union.
And I guess that clearly we understand that there are some clients who have problems getting service. But I also understand...
It's more than just some. And the problems are more than just the usual delay. You heard there are people who are losing their homes, losing their cars, unable to function, which they otherwise would do if they simply had the unemployment money, at least function better. It's not, we understand some people have some problems. A lot of people have a lot of problems which are very serious that the federal government recognizes exists and ranks us 4 above the bottom. And you're giving me, well, it's a tough job. I'll give you that. Of course it's a tough job.
Just on the automation projects that you could expect to see during this recession, not only is the call center going to start transitioning in May, but in April we're going to roll out a new version of the eApply application that will handle 100% of the claimants and not 80% as it currently does. It'll be both in Spanish and in English. In June and July timeframe, we will roll out an online certification process. You heard many people testify that there's no reason our biweekly certification should be paper only. And we will roll out an online version of that, including a secure shell around the application because it is confidential data and there's an identity management system.
Well, you, Mr. Jablonski, you indicated that you expect to convert your call centers and have it totally completed by about April of 2011, and that your redesign claims process is going to be available in 3 years.
Yes,
but let's just forget about that. If you don't meet your target, will you resign?
Yes.
Okay, that's fair enough.
On any of those, or which one in particular? Hopefully not the 3-year one.
Not the 3-year. We'll do the easy one. We'll simply call centers project completed by April of 2011, which is the timeline that was given to us by Mr. Jablonski.
And your point is a substantial one in terms of your accountability, because we've seen progress and we've talked about progress today. We want to see results. I'm hopeful you will get these projects done, especially now since your job relies on it. So I do appreciate your personal commitment and accountability. Assemblymember Rambla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering if there's anything that can be done to encourage all members to overcome their shyness and to speak with candor here.
Some are shyer than others.
Yes. I would like to ask a couple of questions. First of all, it's my observation that the California Workforce Investment Board, as well as EDD, both are under the organizational chart of the Labor and Workforce Agency. So we're partners. And yet, with regard to training benefit approvals, it seems like the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. More specifically, why not delegate approval for the training benefits to EDD's local partners?
Actually, it's a determination of eligibility when somebody wants to remove themselves from the labor market in order to attend training. It requires a determination of eligibility, which under federal law has to be conducted by state merit staff. Now, with that said, we have been partnering we started with the Verdugo WIB to pilot a certification form that they could fill out and they could get to us. And then we piloted it. It worked pretty well. We made some changes. We have sent that out to the local workforce areas. We went to the California Workforce Association's meeting with the local areas and presented the materials. We gave them an opportunity to comment on the process and on the forms, and we got a lot of comments back from them. And we have incorporated the comments into the process that we have developed and the form that we've developed. And next week, we begin training the Sacramento Employment Trading Agency and the local EDD staff in the Sacramento area to roll this out. If that goes as planned, as we hope it will, then we have a schedule to roll this expedited approval process out statewide before the end of the month. So we have come a long way from people having issues with getting timely approvals to being able to provide a much more timely approval to these individuals who enroll in training. Right now, we don't find out they've enrolled until they tell us on their continued claim form that we get by mail. And so it may be 2 weeks into their training program before we know about it. Under this new process, the day they start training, the local areas can work with them, give them the form to fill out. The representatives can sign that the information the claimant has given us is correct. They can fax it into a centralized fax mailbox, which will allow us to work these cases wherever we have staff we can put on them and expedite the training approval. In many cases, approving the training by the time they mail in their first claim form that includes the training enrollment. So I think that's a tremendous amount of progress that we've made on dealing with these California training benefits issues.
I don't dispute that you have made some progress. I would like, through the chair, though, to request your analysis of what it is from federal law that requires this kind of approach, that precludes the ability to have approval done by somebody else.
We've actually provided that to the committee after a meeting we had with them.
And yet it seems in our background material that the federal government is encouraging us to be flexible. Mm-hmm. And I know in other areas the state has not been hesitant to ask for waivers or to request cooperation from the federal government when there is something that's standing in the way of providing good service. So I would like to have a better understanding from you specifically what it is that the federal government is obligating us to do that would not allow for a more expedited approval process.
And it's actually state law that is some of the issue here, and Mr. Block's working with the California Workforce Association on legislation that would change California's laws about what is approvable training, how training approvals work, that sort of thing. And so some of it is state statute as well as federal.
Well, the chair asked, what can we do? We are the legislature. Mm-hmm. We can change laws. I did not hear at any point a request that we revisit that issue. I'm not sure that Mr. Block's bill is necessary if we used the full extent of our flexibility now, although it may be helpful to you to have that clarification. I don't think that we have pushed the envelope in terms of what we can do. And so if there are obstacles from the federal side and or state, through the chair, again, I think it'd be helpful to have that put in writing for the members of the committee. Now, in another area, with regard to the use of overtime instead of hiring more employees, I'd like to look at it from a fiscal perspective. As I understand, EDD has pointed out that overtime is $1.50 less expensive per hour worked. And because the cost of administering the program is reimbursed by the federal government, we are in essence, through the use of overtime, we're saving the federal government $1 million. But it's costing the state $16.5 million in terms of vacation banking and other latent costs related to the furlough. So why is this not a situation of walking over a dollar to pick up a dime? Or even worse, why save the feds $1 million if it's going to cost us $16.5 million at the very same time that we're asking for more money from the federal government? Help me understand that. How does that make financial sense?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, honored guest, Laura Anderson with Employment Development Department. Basically, that the monies that we're all talking about for the furlough, which will require us to have staff on board when they take the furloughs and not working on those days, that is a federal fund cost. That is not a state general fund cost, as has been alluded to by previous testifiers. So there is no issue there in terms of us coming to the general fund in that respect. What we have found out is that we have to do overtime irregardless. Excuse me. We're doing so many new hires, and we're going to continue to do a lot of new hires. We would be doing overtime, and we've been doing overtime for many years. It is actually more cost-effective to do overtime than to hire new people. That's not why we're doing it, of course. We're doing it to meet the demand of the claimants and such. And one other thing that was alluded to is that we'd stopped hiring because that's what our budget documents say in our revise. We're really not stopping to hire. We're continuing to hire as quickly as we can. We're hiring 340 additional people right now, and we're going to continue to hire. So in answer to your question, we're going to continue to use both, and we have plenty of federal monies to do so at this point in time.
Again, through the chair, if I may, I would like to request a detailed breakdown of that financial analysis. It seems to me that we may be employing overtime without fully understanding what the consequences will be downstream, and for which the state may bear responsibility. If that is not, in fact, the case, I would appreciate having the backup documentation to prove that.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Hegman, any questions you might have?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple follow-up points, too, and I apologize for missing the last 45 minutes or so. But on the hiring, I think we had a meeting here 6 months ago through AARP, or Accountability Oversight Review Committee, and we were talking about hiring at that stage, or it was almost a year ago now. Same question. You know, we talked about how long it takes to train a customer service representative for EDD. It's a couple-month process, but the background checks and things you have to do. But as we looked at your charts and others, eventually we'll be out of this upturn in claims and back, hopefully stabilizing out. Is there a way to utilize some of our claimants right now and bring them into the local offices to be temporary help for you guys for a couple of years or for the next 6 months, or especially when we go through this February bump up if the federal government extends this again? Can we? What I don't want to do is invest in long-term state employees. We believe it's going to be a career, and then 2 years from now or 3 years from now, hopefully when our economy's back up, we're laying them off because we don't have a job for them.
Yes, thank you. That's exactly what we're doing. We hired seasonal clerks, which could have been unemployment recipients, and as well as we're hiring permanent intermittents. That's temporary help right now. And so whenever we know for sure that we're going to need people on a continual basis, we're doing permanent hires. Otherwise, we do hire temporary. And we do. We have over 40,000 people right now on our employment program exam list, and so we are reaching the unemployed. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Second question, follow up Mr. Rambolis' question about the training and the background that, it's not so much the procedure, because I've worked in that for 7 years. I know how bad it is, especially with the Department of Labor, to get things approved, and we have our performance things we must meet. They are giving us pretty much a blank check. They want people employed right now. And I have this recently even talked to my executive director last week on some other issues, telling me the same type of thing. These people are scared because they're getting the notice from you saying that you're going into training and therefore your benefits are not there. And she goes, we have to go back and tell them, well, if this will qualify, you will get your CTB funds and you'll get the funds later, but we're scaring them off out of the program. And especially for the long-term unemployed. If you've been looking for a job for 12 months or more, it's about time you maybe train your skills differently, because you may not have your old field back, it may, and hopefully even earlier. I think there should be maybe some kind of incentive to get them in the training program versus the disincentive to get them out, because the longer they stay on unemployment, one, their skills that they have start to deteriorate, as well as we're not given that fighting chance. You kind of lose that habit of working, and we saw that a lot, especially we see that through our correctional people too. When they come out, they don't have that habit of working. The skills can be taught, but sometimes those working habits need to be retaught. Is there a way to even change temporarily your internal approval program where you get a request from a local WIB saying this is a training program, where possibly they are getting their transfer first while you go through the review process? And that way, it's kind of on the responsibility back of the local WIBs maybe, where if they're wrong, you're basically relying on their judgment, but if they're wrong, they're getting tagged with the problem, but our clients are going through the process maybe quick. I'm just trying to think of a practical solution for you.
How about eliminating the phone interview?
Well, they kind of have to. My understanding is there is some requirements on the federal level.
No, it's not required.
We actually will eliminate the telephone interview for these people that we're using this new process for. It will eliminate the telephone interview.
We'll eliminate it altogether. Anybody who wants to go into training should be encouraged to go into training. That last letter and then your follow-up letter did nothing to disperse the perception out there that it's not worth it to give up their unemployment benefits.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
In addition to that, I know even our own governor, in addition to Obama, is wanting to create new training programs. If anything, you should be figuring out how to encourage people to go into training. Mr. Hagman makes an excellent point that some of these folks, they've been unemployed, some of them 50, 60, 70 weeks. That training probably is what they should be doing.
A long time ago, actually.
So what is the department doing to notify claimants of training programs and encouraging them to do so? Have you done anything, or do you have anything in the works?
Well, and also to think,
I'm asking the administration.
We do.
The EDD.
You want to talk about the push?
The what?
Push we're going to do with the apply.
What have you done, and what will you do?
What we did send out the letter notifying people that their Pell Grants are available. They should consider those as an educational opportunity.
So the Pell Grant.
But the Pell Grants, and the reason that it had
But why not these other training programs? Why not these WIB programs that we all fund up and down the state?
Well, we actually, every single claimant that files a claim is required to register for work. And many of those people go to our one-stop. And once they come in the one-stop, we do an assessment of their needs, their skills, and that's where the entry is to any of the workforce investment funded programs. I'm just suggesting
you should think about doing more to encourage people to training programs rather than threaten them that if they do, we're going to yank their benefits.
In the upcoming projects for e-apply and for the continued claim certification, we're going to finally collect claimant's email address and cell phone number. All good identity management systems won't allow you to change your password without some other secondary verification through like a cell phone call or a email, right? So for the first time in history, EDD is going to have the ability to communicate with our claimants electronically other than paper. And that's a very important step into getting more into a government 2.0 model where we start pushing them all kinds of opportunities that we don't do today. We do not tell them about training opportunities. We do not tell them about jobs that might have opened up. They're always having to go look for it. And for the first time, EDD will have the ability to push all of this kind of information to them. And we believe that as they progress through the 90 weeks of employment, we would be more and more aggressive at pushing more and more opportunities to them, because they should be more interested as they stay on the unemployment rolls.
If you could, Mr. Hagman, if you have more questions.
Yeah, just, from practical experience of working with these folks really on the ground level, you really have like a 4 to 8 week period to get them immediately employed or into a training program. Besides that, they get used to dealing with less. Yeah. And at some point, they kind of lose that urge to go out and do something. And I've seen a couple, personal acquaintances. So, we need to be aggressive with that training program. We, as a partner, they're different, but they still need to be integrated. I think to have maybe a follow-up hearing, Mr. Chairman, maybe at some point to see how we are with these benchmarks. We've got a lot of things rallying in the next few months, and see if some of that communication, some of those barriers can be broken down, so we can incorporate that into Mr. Block's bill if we need to, but maybe do a follow-up with some of the stuff that we're talking about.
Absolutely. There's going to be more follow-up from this hearing. Assemblymember Rambula?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In this, to follow up on this point, I'd like to read a sentence from an advisory letter from the Employment and Training Administration dated May of last year. It says, through this advisory, states are strongly encouraged to widen the types of training and the conditions under which education or training are considered approved training for purposes of the state's UI law. It seems to me that there's an open invitation there to be creative and to be flexible and to do what's right. I don't know that we need new legislation. If we do, so be it. But it seems to me that the federal government is saying to us, do what's right. And I'm not sure that we have incorporated the spirit of this language into our practice.
Thanks for sharing that. Assemblymember Calderon, and then we'll start going into closing remark mode.
First of all, you got the block bill, you've got other efforts by Mr. Rambula. 60% or more of what's in those bills you can do already administratively. You don't need legislation to do that. But I want to know what is your specific plan when you walk out of this committee hearing room. What is going to be your plan to encourage or to remove the obstacles that you have put up for people who want to go and get training? What are you going to do? Don't answer all at once.
I think that we have put into place things to remove obstacles. We've taken away the necessity for a telephone hearing in the cases that we work with the workforce investment areas for training. We have looked at our procedures to see what we can simplify